Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bobia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you never had you were
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine love, love will be there, then the money will also be there too. Like myself, I married an average man. He's not wealthy, but they were living together happily, making, as in surviving the Nigeria harsh economy. So that's why I said that, yeah, with the current situation in Nigeria, love can still exist without money.
Currently in Nigeria, I'm not sure. It depends. If the two partners are both financially okay, it can. But if it has to do with two broke people, I'm not sure. If I'm broke, I cannot marry a broke guy. I can't think about marriage. So that's it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think love can survive without money, because love can be exchanged with materials. It's not just about money, and it can be exchanged. It can be shared with value. When you offer value, you are not just offering money. You are also offering hope and any other things that comes with it. It's not just about money, but money helps in spicing it up, though.
Well, a very difficult thing, a very difficult situation, if you put it like that, because At times, money is what keeps things stable in a house between two people. If there is no money, a lot of problems comes up. A lot of financial issues can cause relationship problems, can cause arguments between the two individuals. So it's not that it cannot happen, but it's very difficult. But it's possible because at times partners can be very supportive of each other and help out no matter the situation that arises. So it just depends on individuals, how they behave and their own traits towards their partner at times when difficulty arises. That's what what will happen.
Of course, it can survive. Love is something that is so mutual and is emotional. So even without money, if you love someone, you can work hard with the person so that the money will come. You get? Like as a lady now, if you meet a man that doesn't have money or a man that has money, as a lady you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now. Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who will love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay, as far as the love is good without money, I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, shall.
No, you cannot, because nobody will love you if you don't get money now. That is it. Even you would ask me a question, I know say you don't feel love me if I don't get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course. As a lady, you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now. Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who will love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay, as far as the love is good without money, I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, shall.
No, you cannot, because nobody will love you if you don't get money now. That is it. Even you would ask me a question, I know say you don't feel love me if I don't get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course, it is. It is possible. Only when we love genuinely. Just like Christmas. The reason why we are celebrating Christmas, that is Jesus Christ. There is no love that is greater than the one that he has shown. His love is not because of money. And he gave us that example. If we can follow his footsteps, it is very, very possible. Love is not money, but sharing.
For me, everything depends on the understanding we share. Love can literally survive between the man or the woman or between the country. Like everything depends on how we understand it. You understand? So that's the same. But most especially for me, the money is important because there are some certain things that money is being used for in the relationship. So that's the thing.
What else? Okay, I don't understand the question. Love will survive in Nigeria. As in, love can survive in Nigeria without money. Even money will not even survive in this Nigeria. Talking about love. It's better we find love outside the country. That's what I'm saying.
From the streets of Lagos to towns across Nigeria, opinion are split. So what do you think? Can love really survive without money? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Mesoma Iwago, Aneke TV. Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When you both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine
pledges promotions and improved welfare for workers. And on the foreign scene, Botswana to open diplomatic mission in Moscow. And on business, Nigeria's external debt rises to $47 billion amid global financing pressures. And in entertainment, Nollywood actors Timini and Dakore Obunsho mourn the loss of their father. And now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a full-scale manhunt for the terrorists behind the deadly attack on communities in Niger State, which left over 40 people killed and several others abducted. The directive was issued in a statement personally signed by the president. He instructed the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Service Chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, and the Director General of the Department of State Services to track down the perpetrators of the Kuswan Daji attack and ensure they are brought to justice. The president also ordered the immediate rescue of all abducted victims and directed security agencies to intensify operations around vulnerable communities, especially those near forest areas, following coordinated attacks in Agwara and Bogu local government areas. In the meantime, the Northern State Governors Forum has endorsed President Bola Tinubu's directive to apprehend those responsible for the deadly attack at Kasuwan Daji Market in Niger State. In a statement by its chairman and governor of Gombe State, Muhammadu Yahaya, the forum condemned the attack, which claimed over 30 lives in the Domo community of Bogu local government area. The governors described the incident as a cruel assault on innocent citizens and called on security agencies to intensify efforts to arrest the perpetrators and ensure they are prosecuted, stressing that such attacks threaten regional peace and economic stability. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has condemned the recent wave of terrorist attack across northern Nigeria, describing the continued insecurity as a national shame. Reacting to the killing of over 40 people at Kasuwan Daji Market in Niger State, Obi said the frequent loss of lives reflects a failure to provide basic security, warning that violence is becoming dangerously normalized. He called for a coordinated national response to end banditry, offered condolences to affected families, and urged authorities to move beyond rhetoric to decisive action to restore peace. 7 people have been confirmed dead and 14 others injured following a road accident in Yakasawa village, Jigawa State. The crash involved a Volkswagen Golf wagon and a Toyota Sienna, with survivors rushed to Ringim General Hospital for treatment. Police spokesperson Mr. Shiusu Adam said investigations are ongoing while authorities urge motorists to drive carefully, especially following a similar accident that claimed 18 lives days earlier. The Lagos State government has called on residents to promote religious tolerance as a foundation for peace and development. Special advisor to the governor on Islamic matters, Dr. Jebe Abdullahi, said Lagos remains peaceful due to deliberate interfaith cooperation supported by platforms such as the Nigeria Interreligious Council. He also urged residents to support government policies at both state and federal levels, commending ongoing economic reforms and calling for patience as benefits gradually emerge. The Kaduna State government says 15% of its 2026 budget had been allocated to healthcare services and personnel welfare. State Commissioner for Health, Hajia Umar Ahmadu, said the funds will be used to upgrade primary health care centers across the state and ensure better working conditions for health professionals. She also announced plans to clear outstanding promotions for medical personnel, noting that the implementation of CONHES and CONMES has improved morale and earned commendation from professional health bodies. The Joy Youth Council has endorsed River State Governor Simila Ifubara for a second term ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement, the group warned the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, against actions capable of destabilizing the state, insisting that Governor Fubara's mandate must be respected. The council also called on the federal government to avoid interference as the governor urged unity among Ogoni leaders during the annual Ogoni Day celebrations. Suspended Kwara State lawmaker Saba Gideon has described his 3-month suspension and salary freeze as unconstitutional. Addressing journalists in Ilorin, Gideon denied allegations of secretly recording House proceedings and said the action deprived his constituents of representation. He argued that legislative suspensions for contempt cannot exceed 48 hours under the law and vowed to challenge the decision through legal means. The Joint Union of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency has denied media reports alleging abuse of power by the agency's governing board. Union leaders said the reports were false and not authorized, alleging that forged signatures were used to mislead the public. They called for immediate retraction of the reports and reaffirmed their support for the current board, urging the public to discard the claims. The Diocesan Bishop of Ijesha North, Right Reverend Isaac Oluyamo, has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, to conduct credible governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun State. Speaking at a Thanksgiving service, he called on security agencies to remain neutral and uphold professionalism during the polls. The bishop also urged the federal government to intensify efforts against banditry and kidnapping, stressing the need for urgent and decisive action to restore national security. News around the globe. comes to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Tinubu orders a manhunt for terrorists following the killing of over 40 persons in Niger State. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi calls for a total overhaul of Nigeria's security system. Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani promises promotions and improved remuneration for civil servants. And coming up shortly, Botswana announces plans to open an embassy in Moscow. And in business, Nigeria's external debt rises to $47 billion as global financing tightens. And in entertainment, Nollywood stars Timini and Dakore Bushon announced the passing of their father. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Botswana has announced plans to open a new embassy in Moscow as part of efforts to strengthen diplomatic and economic ties with Russia. The country's foreign minister, Fenyo Butale, confirmed the decision on Sunday, describing it as a strategic step to deepen bilateral engagement. Speaking to Russia's TASS news agency, Butale invited Russian investors to explore opportunities in Botswana's diamond and rare earth mineral sectors, noting that the country offers political stability and a secure environment for foreign investment. Botswana economy is largely dependent on mining, with diamonds accounting for about 75% of foreign exchange earnings. The embassy plan follows the resolution of a long-standing asset dispute with Russia's Norilsk Nickel in 2021, marking a renewed phase of cooperation. United States President Donald Trump has warned Venezuela's interim leader, Delcy Rodriguez, that she would face severe consequences if her government fails to cooperate with American interests. The warning follows a U.S. military operation that led to the arrest of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife on narco-trafficking charges. Venezuela's Supreme Court and military leadership have since recognized Rodriguez as acting president for a 90-day transitional period, while condemning the U.S. action. The military urged citizens to remain calm and follow constitutional processes. The development has drawn sharp global reaction, with the European Union calling for restraint, while Russia and China condemned the raid as a violation of sovereignty. The crisis has further heightened international concern over U.S. foreign policy conduct. Meanwhile, Venezuela's former president, Nicolas Maduro, is scheduled to appear before a federal court in New York today to be formally informed of charges against him. U.S. authorities confirmed the hearing would take place at noon. Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were arrested during a U.S. operation in Caracas and transferred to the United States to face narco-terrorism charges linked to the alleged cocaine trafficking. Meanwhile, several Latin American countries and Spain have warned against any attempts by external powers to take control of Venezuela, following comments by President Trump suggesting Washington could oversee the country's rebuilding. Swiss authorities have completed the identification of all 40 victims killed in a New Year's Eve fire at a nightclub in the Valais canton. Press Police confirmed on Sunday that the final group of victims had been formally identified. Forensic teams relied on DNA and dental records due to the severity of the blaze, which occurred at the height of celebrations. Victims included nationals from Switzerland, Italy, Romania, France, and Turkey. Investigations are now focused on possible safety violations by the bar's management, including the use of flammable materials. Switzerland has declared a period of national mourning as dozens of survivors remain hospitalized. A security scare occurred in Vienna on Sunday after a hand grenade was found near the entrance of a building close to a synagogue in the Leopoldstadt district. Police swiftly cordoned off the area. Bomb disposal experts later confirmed that the grenade was inert, containing no explosive material and posing no danger to the public. Authorities say there is no evidence linking the incident to the nearby synagogue or to anti-Semitic motives, but investigations are ongoing as a precaution. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has rejected renewed suggestion by U.S. President Donald Trump that the United States could take over Greenland. She described the idea as unacceptable and illegally impossible. Frederiksen emphasized that Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom and protected under NATO, stressing that its people have clearly stated they are not for sale. The comments follow rising concerns over U.S. foreign policy actions, particularly after recent developments in Venezuela, further straining relations between the two NATO allies. Now moving over to business news. Petrol prices are facing upward pressure as private depots in Lagos and Warri raised ex-depot rates to as high as 800 naira per litre over the weekend. This follows a sharp increase within 48 hours. Industry sources link the hike to a temporary shutdown of the petrol units at the Dangote refinery for upgrades, creating a supply gap now being exploited by private importers. With the naira weakening and global oil price volatile, experts warn that pump prices could soon rise above 700 naira per litre nationwide if the situation persists. The World Bank says developing countries' external debt rose to $8.9 trillion in 2024, with debt repayment exceeding new financing by $741 billion over 2 years. Nigeria's external debt stands at about $47 billion, making it one of the largest borrowers from concessional lenders. Many countries are now relying on high-interest private loans to stay afloat. The bank warns that rising debt services costs are diverting funds from essential services such as healthcare and education, urging fiscal discipline to prevent deeper crises. And now on sports. Cameroon has qualified for the Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals after defeating South Africa 2-1. Junior Chamadiou and Christian Kofane scored for the indomitable Lions. South Africa pulled one back late through evidence but failed to force an equalizer. Cameroon held on under pressure to secure the win. The five-team champions will now face host Morocco in the quarterfinals as they chase a sixth continental title. Boxing champion Anthony Joshua joined mourners in London on Sunday to attend the funeral of two friends killed in a road accident in Nigeria. The crash occurred on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Joshua survived the accident with minor injuries and later shared a tribute describing the loss as deeply painful. Meanwhile, the driver involved has been charged with dangerous driving in Ogun State as investigations into the crash continues. Plateau United is reportedly in talks with veteran coach Benga Obumbote to become the club's new technical advisor. The move follows a poor first half of the NPFL season. Club sources say Ogumbote's experience is seen as key to stabilizing the team after inconsistent results under the current coaching setup. An official announcement is expected soon as the club prepares for the second phase of the league. Now to entertainment news. Nollywood actors Timini and Dakore Bouchon have announced the death of their father. Timini shared the news on social media yesterday. The announcement prompted an outpouring of condolences from colleagues and fans across the entertainment industry. The family has not released details of burial arrangements. Still on entertainment, actress Bimbo Thomas has recounted a robbery incident that occurred during the filming of Omogeto, the saga in Lagos. Armed men reportedly invaded the hotel, housing cast and crew. Thomas said lead actress Funke Akindele was briefly held by the attackers before police arrived and restored order. No fatalities were recorded, though several people were injured during the incident. The Lagos State Police Command has described as false and misleading reports claiming that the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Oluhadere Jimo, ordered an investigation into alleged sexual harassment involving Pastor Chris Okafor. Speaking with Vanguard on the phone, the police public relations officer, Ms. Adebisi Abimbola, clarified that the commissioner never directed any probe related to sexual harassment. She explained that the matter came up after a reporter forwarded screenshots and social media posts containing murder-related allegations against Pastor Okafor. According to her, the commissioner was only informed of the development and no formal investigation has commenced. Ms. Abimbola said her action of forwarding the materials to the commissioner was strictly for proper oversight and not an independent decision. She added that the commissioner merely directed the State Criminal Investigation Department to verify the authenticity of the murder allegations circulating online. She further confirmed that no invitation has been extended to Pastor Okafor or any other individual, noting that the command social media team is still gathering and assessing available information. Expressing surprise at reports suggesting a sexual harassment investigation, Ms. Abimbola stated that such claims were never discussed. She urged the public and the media to avoid speculation, stressing that the command is only verifying allegations circulating on social media and that no sexual harassment investigation has been ordered. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu has ordered security agencies to launch a manhunt for the terrorists responsible for the killing of over 40 persons in communities in Niger State. Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has called for a total overhaul of Nigeria's security architecture to effectively address insecurity. Kaduna State Governor Obasani has pledged promotions and improved welfare packages for civil servants in the state. Petroleum product depots have increased prices following the shutdown of the Dangote refinery. Nigeria's external debt has risen to $47 billion amid tightening global financial conditions. And from the foreign scene, we told you that Botswana has announced plans to open a diplomatic mission in Moscow, Russia. Swiss authorities have confirmed the identification of all 40 victims of a bar fire incident. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching. Hey everyone, we hit the street today to ask Nigerians a bold question.
Definitely, I'll leave because this country is not favoring anybody. The economy is hard, the youths are unemployed. It's very hard to stay in Nigeria. You understand? I would prefer to go to a better country where I can make a lot of money and probably come back to see my family. I'll probably take them with me. You understand? So generally, the country is hard. We have better countries than Nigeria, so I would prefer to stay there than to stay here if I have the opportunity. The only thing I have to say to them is they are all looking for greener pastures. But one thing is, no matter how far you go, home is still home. You still remember your roots. You understand? If you make that money, you still come back. That's what I have to tell them. Yeah, you don't forget your home, where you're from. Yes. No matter how far you go.
It's like instant. Let's say you like the country. Wait, you like the country, but even if not Ghana, maybe they go. If I have a chance to leave Nigeria, I'll leave Nigeria. My country, I don't say, I think in a society we do. I'll leave Nigeria, that's me. I'll leave Nigeria if I have a chance to. Leave this country for better. To me, the country is no longer safe, so I have to leave the country and find a better life. Even if, to me, Ghana itself now is now better than, but all the same, Nigeria is still one of the greatest countries. But to me to you, or me to the audience out there, Nigeria is no more a country you should stay. If you have money, just leave the country.
I will definitely leave. I won't stay. Since I graduated, I've been looking for work. I've not gotten it, so why would I stay here? I have the best certificate to stay in Nigeria, but I'm not using it for anything. So I would rather go in a country that I will make use of it.
I'll leave because I've been in Nigeria all my life, right from cradle. And also, I would love to like breathe in new fresh air. So that, and also expose myself to learning things.
No, I wouldn't be leaving the country, because if you leave the country, who is going to restructure the country? It doesn't make sense you leaving the country. You need to like develop your own country first before you start going to any other country to go and develop for them. So we need to work on ourselves first. You get me?
Because I don't know, nothing is really happening in Nigeria. When it comes to education is really fucked up in Nigeria. It's not really making sense. And a whole lot you get, and it's not like other countries are better than Nigeria, but when you look at the benefit and some things that are happening in Nigeria, to me, I will leave. I don't know about any other person. You get the security aspect. Security in Nigeria is very poor. You get security aspect in Nigeria is very, very poor. Then educational aspect is really fucked up, and employment too. Is not, you will finish school, there's nothing, like you're not seeing any employment, you get, so it's not really making sense.
Why not? If I have the opportunity, I can leave and go to a better country. So where my life is secure, I'm sure that my life is secure and my family. Because we are in this country now, no security, poverty, as in no light, no water. So it's like someone living in hellfire. This country is also because of God's grace here are living.
Leave this country. I won't leave my country for anybody. I will not leave my country, Nigeria.
Good morning, 042, and pleasant morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise brings you that pleasant smile, brings you joy, hope, and of course delightfulness, and bringing you that cheer of joy. This morning, I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant and Nogo.
And I'm Uche Osai. Good morning to you, our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in traffic. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Monday, 5th January 2026. And of course, we've got that power-packed morning today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, our sports update, and also that special Sunrise vibe to help us begin our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and coming up shortly, we'll be kicking things off today with our quote of the day. It was that thoughtful, was that inspiring, and was that offer insight to whatever we do to help us stay focused, stay well-driven, and be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot and tasty.
Yeah, and right after that, we'll be giving you our full weather forecast covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before you step out. Or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing the Sports Oracle and the Commissioner of Enjoyment to leave you smiling.
All right, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment. Our morning show inspiration segment today is coming from Tony Robinson. And in his quote, he says, your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Tony Robbins. That says, your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. And this morning, Tony Robbins is saying that the real change in our life doesn't happen by wishful thinking or half-hearted choices. That it begins the moment you make a clear decision on your value or on your worth. And also that if you stick to that, your decision, that is the moment where your life changes. And also it's also saying that once such a decision is made, your actions, habits, and mindsets start shifting in the direction of that choice you've made. And that is what transforms your life.
All right, we're in the beginning of the new year, and making that decision will be the right step to start the year with. Do not be afraid to take that very step in the right direction, which starts with making that decision. You don't have to be afraid of the steps before taking a step. So this morning, make that decision to make a move. Don't let the year catch you by this time at the same spot.
All right, thank you very much. And while you're doing so, please remember that each new sunrise is a platform or an opportunity for us to grow. It's a place where we learn something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. And also let us know what this quote means, so you can drop your thoughts on our social media platforms across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or at Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today to let you plan your day properly.
All right, we'll be starting off with our weather report from Oka. It's a warm and bright start. Expect plenty of sunshine breaking through with just a few clouds in the morning. The mercury climbs nicely throughout the day, perfect for morning jogs and markets alike. Temperatures will hover mild in the early hours of beautifully warm by afternoon. Overall, it's a sunny day with high UV.
Good morning, Coal City. Over to the city of Enugu. Enugu starts off mostly cloudy but rapidly clears to bring loss of sunshine and rising temperatures. Midday will feel lovely and toasty, perfect for catching up with friends and doing errands. Highs later will be quite warm. So, hearts and shares are your friends today.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, bright and sunny skies dominate in Abakaliki too. The day warms up quickly after a pleasant morning, making it a great day for outdoor plans or chill time with a cool drink. So it's generally dry and sunshine packed, which is ideal for everyone on the move.
And good morning, Imo State. Over to the city of Owerri. Owerri vibes are bright and cheerful with sunshine peeling away the early light clouds. Temperatures will climb robustly. So, if you're out and about, stay hydrated. The afternoon promises a sun-rich experience, ideal for driving, strolling, or coffee outdoors.
And in Umahia greets you with sunshine and slowly dispersing clouds, which is perfect for morning hustle and evening chill. So expect a steady warm climb as the day unfolds, capped with clear skies at night. It's a lovely day to be outside.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay cool, dress light, and keep watching Aneke TV as we'll guide you always through the weather report.
Alright, and we'll be taking a quick break now, and up next is more updates.
Health isn't just avoiding sickness, it's a lifestyle. Eat well, sleep right, exercise, and stay mentally sound. Your body is your vehicle for life. Treat it like a treasure, not a trash can.
For newspapers today. And joining us today in our midst, we have Mr. Rex joining us for our newspaper review today.
Yes, and with us is Mr. Good Hope, the sports oracle and the commissioner for enjoyment. Mr. Rex also is here. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me.
And I hope you rested over the weekend.
Well, we thank God all is well as it is in Nigeria.
All right, and a lot has happened between the last time you were here and this morning.
It's about that. A lot has happened, really. And all that have been in the news all through. And we'll get to see and discuss some of them here this morning.
All right, over to Deborah.
All right, now moving over to our newspaper for today. We'll be taking things from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper. Now on The Nation paper, the major headline there reads, hunts down terrorists, Tinubu orders. And on the Punch headline, it says NNPC subsidiaries debt balloon 70% to 30 trillion naira. And on the Vanguard paper, the major headline there says New Year bloodshed in Niger State, 42 killed in deadly terror attacks. And on the Guardian headline, Venezuela crisis may create $10 billion hole in federal government's 58 trillion naira spending plan. And today's paper will be starting off with the Punch headline that says NNPC subsidiaries debt balloon 70% to 30 trillion naira. Fresh figures reveal that the debt profile of subsidiaries under the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has jumped sharply by 70%, now standing at about 30 trillion naira. The report raises concerns about financial sustainability within the oil and gas sector, as experts warn that rising debt could impact government revenues, investments and overall economic stability if urgent reforms are not implemented.
All right. You know, speaking about reforms and all that, but Mr. Reyes, let me bring you into this quickly.
Well, you see, since the removal of subsidy, it has not been, well with Nigeria. We have not seen the impact of the subsidy in Nigeria, given that the removal of subsidy would have accrued huge sums that would have been, put into the economy, put into productivity, put into social infrastructure, and all of that. And now the subsidiaries of NNPC are owing. They do not, pay monies that are due for the Federation to the NNPC for almost transmission to the accounts of the Federation. It's unfortunate. Just recently, the debt was at about the NNPC debt. NNPC itself has a debt of about 5 trillion, 5.5 trillion. And of course, the president, wrote off that amount. And now, the subsidiaries of NNPC are owing NNPC huge sums of money amounting to 30 trillion. And then one begins to ask, one begins to question, how are these subsidiaries being managed? You have the refineries and all of that. And especially when the organization has been made to be a limited liability company that is commercial oriented, that are meant to, make revenue, make, profit, and, send these monies to the federal government. It became a commercial venture. And now the money is not coming. So what is siphoning the money? That's a question in the mouth of many Nigerians. What is happening? Where are these monies going? Has there been a conduit pipe, or has there been snakes that comes into offices to swallow this money? So the question remains to be answered by these subsidiary organizations, even when they say they audit, the auditors audit these accounts, and when they audit, you have shortfalls. Some of them with 7 trillion, some of them with 2 trillion, some of them with 1 trillion. Of course, the entire thing has amounted to about 30 trillion. And when you say 30 trillion, it is more than half of the budget of Nigeria. When you talk about 30 trillion, it's more than half, because the national budget for this 2026 should be about 58 trillion. So, and if these companies are owing, and more so when there's an expectation, the expectation, the negative, that the crude oil prices may dip, because of certain global developments. So how do you make things work? What are the expectations that the 58 trillion will be realistic? Will it be gotten and expended? Which means it's going to be, there are tendency that there is going to be a budget deficit at the end of the year. But, well, these are all projections, these are all analysis, financial analysis. It may change. There are some other global issues that might, change this situation. And not, until that happens, we are expecting that Nigerian, budget may not be met this year, given the enormous debt by the subsidiaries of the NNPC. And NNPC, that's from where Nigeria makes the biggest money. Outside that, other things has to do with taxation, and especially most of these taxes are not realized effectively. The FIRS are doing their own, but it has not been very effective. Let's see how they implement the new tax laws, even with all the controversies associated with it.
All right, that's quite up. This is where Nigeria makes all the money. But, recently Mr. President did approve the cancellation of a significant portion of debts owed to the Federation account by NNPC. And having seen that as well, we are now made aware after the audited report of the NNPCL, we are now seeing that the subsidiaries, like is rightly observed, are the ones, being a burden on NNPC as to meeting its obligation. But my question this morning is, when we look at this refinery, the NNPCL, the subsidiaries are mostly refineries. Talk about the Port Harcourt refinery, talk about the Warri refinery, Kaduna refinery, and we're rightly told that, for example, Port Harcourt refinery is exposing the NNPCL to the tune of 4-point-something trillion, and the same thing for Warri refinery and Kaduna refinery, which are equally, exposing the parent company NNPCL up to the tune of 2-point-something trillion as well. My question to you this morning is, what would be the advice to NNPCL? Is it to divest from these very portfolios, sell them off to private enterprises, as to be able to meet its primary obligation without distractions?
These were the ideas and suggestions and inputs made by some persons with respect to this poor outcome from these subsidiaries. You see, they are thinking about divesting these organizations and see how it could happen. That's why I say that it's happening even when NNPC has been made to be a commercial entity. So I do not see why the subsidiaries will remain downwards if they should break even, if this NNPC should break even. So for them to make profit, they must have to, see what they can do about the management. It's either it is taken off, they are taking off the hands of the workers of those SLV and give it to private entities to do their job. They know how best to do it to make ends meet. They know how best to do it to even make profit for themselves as companies. So, because this other one, they don't care what happens to the company at the end of the day, because these people are people who have been employed by government and they go home with their pension and gratuity all the time. So, they don't care. But if you are working for a private company and the company folds up, you lose out. So, if you give it to private individuals, I think they will do better management of it.
All right, that's quite up, baby.
All right, now moving over to the next paper coming from the Vanguard paper that says New Year bloodshed in Niger State, 42 killed in deadly terror attacks. This tragedy has struck parts of Niger State as no fewer than 42 people were killed in coordinated terror attacks during the New Year period. Communities were reportedly overrun by armed attackers, leaving homes destroyed and residents displaced. And the incident has renewed calls for stronger security presence, faster response times, and better intelligence to prevent further loss of lives.
All right. It's quite unfortunate that despite all the efforts of the Nigerian government and its collaborators, the United States of America, to see that the issue of terrorism is brought to a barest minimum, is like that has in itself, emboldened the bandits, the terrorists, to take an onslaught on the Nigerian state. And it's like they're asking question, why would you collaborate with the United States to, lead an onslaught against us in Nigeria? Giving credence to when people talk about the ungoverned state in Nigeria. And if one continue to look at what analysts and prominent Nigerians are saying as regards to this barrage of attacks that we are witnessing, this is just barely 1 month that we witnessed over the kidnap of over 300 people and students and teachers from, Papari St. Mary's Catholic Church. Then we are now, again greeted with this headline where we are told that no fewer than 30-something individuals have been murdered in cold blood in this state, Niger State, this time around. And when you look at these issues, it now begins to leave a lot to be desired. And if one may told the parts of the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar that openly said that it really means that the government is failing in its first responsibility, which is to protect life and property in Nigeria. Then one is again, enamored with the directives of Mr. President. Talk about the IG of Police, the Ministry of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, and the SS to make sure that these individuals are brought to, account. They should be forthwith, be prosecuted. But then all this now leaves you to what are we doing, proactively to see that occurrences like this do not happen. Mr. Ress, I don't know, I for one, when I see headlines like this, given, everything that's been done and all the assurances that we receive, do you believe that it's possible with this collaboration with the United States government that we can place a handle on this? Be that, as he always say, that Nigeria is a dynamic place where what works in other climes do rarely work in Nigeria. Is the Sahel still, very open to the influence of this insurgency into Nigeria to lead to this gruesome murder of Nigerians in Nigeria when we are said not to be at war?
Let me start from where you said you mentioned about the numbers and some of the numbers killed and some of the numbers kidnapped and all that. These are the ones reported. I think we do have more numbers than just the ones reported because sometimes there are media gaps in terms of reports about insurgency in Nigeria. But let's take about the ones reported. The ones reported shows that there's been an escalation of insurgency in Nigeria from the time Nigeria started partnering with the United States. Because immediately they started, a lot of insurgency, they are now on the prowl and they are moving about. They are not static in one place, as it were. They had bases at various places. But now they have been scattered everywhere, and in that movement, as they go on, they keep mowing down people. They keep kidnapping, they keep asking for ransom. Take a look at that of Kwara, where the Kwara, a king in Kwara, with the family and other members have been kidnapped. About 450 million or 45 million, is it? 45 or 450 million, it should be about 45 something million, as we asked by the terrorists and the bandits. And they have even killed so many people there. So it's not just about Niger State, it happened in Kwara State. These are within intervals of 2-3 days, 4 days. And you don't talk about the ones not reported that happened in other states, at various borders. See, the problem is about intelligence. Now that they have been scattered everywhere, intelligence should be stepped up as to knowing their roots and how they are going, so that the communities that are going to pass through, the security agencies will be able to lay siege and stop them. Because each time they meet some communities, they will just... some people were killed simply because they got a village and the two persons wanted to go away, and they were killed before the majority of the village people, to tell them they should not even attempt to do so. So, you see, the situation has become, worrisome, and it's getting bad. Even when Mr. President said they should be hunted, yes, the security agencies are hunting, but when you talk about being proactive, that's why I talked about intelligence. So how will are we going to stop these things from even happening? It's not when people are killed, people are kidnapped, that we begin to run helter-skelter, to unravel, to find those who did, and so on, find culprits and all that. You see, we are supposed to have enough intelligence as to nip in the bud the activities of these bandits and the terrorists.
All right, this will take in, but let us defer to the Nation newspaper, which is equally on these very issues, so that we can begin to, extrapolate further on this very issue, because we need to speak about these things and we need to talk about it, because when life is involved, it may not be happening near us today, but no one can tell, and these are human lives, and lives are sacrosanct. We don't need to keep quiet about issues like this. But be that as it may, let's look at what the Nation newspaper has for us this morning.
Yes, the Nation headlines there reads, "Hunt down terrorists, Tinubu orders." President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has issued a firm directive to Nigerian security agencies to intensify operation and decisively hunt down terrorists threatening lives and communities across the country. The president stressed that there will be no safe haven for criminal elements, reaffirming his administration's commitment to restoring peace, protecting citizens, and securing Nigeria's territorial integrity. Nigerians have been assured that security remains a top priority in the new year.
All right, we're speaking about the priorities of this government, and they tell us that security is top priority, and we are quite aware, like I did mention, that Mr. President has ordered the security agencies, the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the DG of DSS, IG of Police, that these perpetrators of this very heinous act in Agwara and Borgu local government area of Niger State must be brought to account immediately. But that, given that instruction, I want to ask you, do we agree with the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar that the government is really failing in its obligation? Because one would expect that the United States government being involved in Nigeria like this, there should be, a continued onslaught, like we saw from the Nigerian Air Force, bombardment in Zamfara State, that there should be an ongoing onslaught, and then, like you did mention, the ground forces should be mopping up these departing or runaway bandits from their location, that we shouldn't be able to see this kind of killings in Nigeria at this time. And I dare ask you, Mr. Ress, do we now see our government as failing in this very responsibility?
Well, what you said were obvious statements by all the persons who are opposed to the pattern the present administration has stood on its fight against security. They have all told the pattern, they have all said that the government has not done what they ought to do. And that is why the security situation snowballed into the level it has come to. Because if government had been proactive right from the beginning, if these things had been taken when it ought to be taken, probably the situation wouldn't have been this. So, as I said, that we do not have enough intelligence, and we did not do effective responses when these issues were growing up, until it became a full-fledged monster. And now we are running helter-skelter to do it. That's not the way to go about the management of the security of a country, because security is basic and paramount to every aspect of human life in a given organized state. If there is no security, there is no development. There is no forward movement. Nobody moves. Nothing will actually work. You can see that the security situation has diverted every attention, everything you're doing. People are thinking about security. Some people ignore. Some people are no longer traveling from state to state, from one state to another in Nigeria because of the security situation. So I do think that the former vice president, too, as a Democrat and as an opposition leader, the kind of opposition leader, he is right in his own opinion, because he is open to give his thoughts freely, and that is sacrosanct. That is giving his constitutional right to speak out. And persons have spoken out, saying that we are having, a failed state, in quote, having. But I don't know if we have, Nigeria has not failed, because an attack is being made on the problems. An attack is being made and somebody is there already. But if it goes beyond what it is presently, we might not say any other thing than that we have a failed state.
All right, Mr. Rez, another question is, why is it that we are finding it difficult to release the sponsors of these insurgents in Nigeria? Because a lot of analysts have argued that the failure of the state to release and prosecute this individual has in itself continued to embolden the bandits to continue to lead an onslaught against the Nigerian state. What do you have to say to these regards?
Well, when you say release sponsors, and if you have investigated these sponsors and found cogent reasons to ensure that when you prosecute, you'll be able to get them indicted at the end of the day. You see, the criminal justice, I've always said it, I've always leaned on the part of the accused, given the fact that you must prove beyond all reasonable doubts, beyond all shadows of doubt. The moment there are doubts about certain things, then the criminals will go free. So that is why it takes a whole lot of time, even in the first world, to begin to track, a syndicate group. You track them until you have concrete evidence, then you take them to court. So releasing the names is one that gives Nigerian situation media trial. The moment you release the name, the media will just try and tend to, jail or whatever, mete out punishment on the persons. So government knows exactly why it is still waiting. But if government has all it takes and do not want to, then it is a compromise on their part.
All right, Mr. Rez, if I take from your line of argument, it means that there is an indictment on, like you did mention earlier on the intelligence agency in Nigeria, and speak to the financial intelligence on itself, because at this moment one is expecting that we'll be able to track financially the ins and outs financial transaction in Nigeria at this moment. And if all seems as it looks, it means that we do not have a handle on how finances move in and out of the country, because one cannot say that the terrorists who can lead this magnitude of violence on the Nigerian state need to rearm. And if they need to rearm, that's heavy finance, heavy monetary transaction in place, and this is one of the areas that one can use to track the activities. It means that the intelligence agency, the financial intelligence in Nigeria, is failing. But be that as it may, another issue that you raise, I want to ask for clarity, is, don't you think that the Nigerian justice system that you talk about is another issue that's emboldening the bandits to continue to attack Nigerian citizens? Because if they are eventually caught, then the period, like you did mention, for them to be brought to account, it takes a longer period of time. And you speak to the issue of the accused being free until proven guilty. So are these not issues? Because if I look at the president's statement, he charged the security agencies to track down, apprehend the perpetrators of this attack, and ensure they are swiftly brought to justice. But when we talk about this justice, a justice that takes forever, cannot in itself protect the citizens.
Yes, justice delayed is justice denied. That is a popular maxim in law. Well, like I said, security, intelligence. Intelligence on security issues has to be stepped up in Nigeria. Why did I say so? We have the NFIU. NFIU, how long has it been in Nigeria? We just signed into it a few years back to now monitor. And when you monitor NFIU, you monitor to find money laundering. But we have seen that we have very porous borders. And the borders, the Nigerian borders, especially at the Sahel area, the north, the northern part, northeast and northwest, has been very porous, that funding of what the terrorists are doing and bandits are doing could be done without any way of monitoring the financial movement. What am I saying? You said some people are coming from the Sahel area. They could have been fully armed from there, and a lot of things could be gotten in from there because the borders are porous. You see, we do not see a situation where the security agencies are very tight in securing our borders. Our borders are not, fenced. There are open borders, and you have very multiple entry and exit, even the trackways, the walkways, the trackways where people can come in to Nigeria and go out of Nigeria. So, you see, when some of these things are being, funded and, the activities are being blossomed from that angle, you may not completely, monitor the financial movement on money laundering if these monies are now used for terrorism. Of course, there are a lot of issues about money laundering where people have been gotten to have monies, and from where they got these monies, nobody knows. So they are there. The intelligence are there. But I want to tell you that there are still sabotage on the part of even the persons vested with the responsibility of managing some of our affairs. That's what I'm saying. That we can see that some of the persons in government or had been in government or allies of people in government are into some of these ills, and they try to, give them a cover. So most often, they name Mr. A as one of the persons that are into money laundering, and he has somebody in government who can, in law courts, in security, they just do that. Remember, there have been accusations of double standard within the security agencies as it affects the fight against Boko Haram. Then, we have heard such things, but these are allegations. They are just mere allegations. That's why I said, for you to bring people up and begin to try them, especially when you say our courts, yes, our courts, our judicial system is the way it is. They say the law is an ass. Whichever way you push an ass to go, it goes. So, until our institutions are made to be strong enough, because we have very weak institutions, our institutions become strong, of course, whatever we are doing in Nigeria will become better, because that will now advance our ideas about what to do. You can see that how many times do you see people going out to protest against the shortcomings of government? People are not protected. When you do that, you have the security agencies to contend with. And sometimes people are killed. So, out of fear, nobody cares to, do any protest against government. So these are some of the ills. So corruption is an integral part of the problem you're asking question about.
All right.
Okay, now moving over to our next paper for today. Actually, last paper for today coming from the Guardian paper. And the headline there says, Venezuela crisis may create $10 billion hole involved in a federal government's 58 trillion naira spending plan. According to the Guardian paper, Nigeria's 2026 budget projections may be under pressure as the ongoing crisis in Venezuela threatens global oil supply dynamics. Analysts warn that the situation could create a $10 billion shortfall in the federal government's 58 trillion naira spending plan, given Nigeria's reliance on oil revenues. This development has sparked discussions on the urgent need for economic diversification and stronger non-oil revenue sources.
Yeah, looking at this headline, there's no doubt that the Venezuela issue, may have a strategic economic implication for Nigeria. In baseball, this is what we call double play. But before we go into this conversation proper, let me call for the video, where the general is talking about this whole action in Venezuela.
We arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So they couldn't take the whole narration about how this operation went on in Venezuela. But before we go into the issue proper, Mr. Reyes, we are looking at the U.S. government unexpectedly, from many parts, being involved in geo-regional alignment. In Nigeria, the other time they came, very fast, swift and sweet, like Mr. President of the United States, Donald Trump, did say about it, and they went back swiftly. Again, when the whole talk about the Nigerian situation is still in the front burner, we're witnessing the same scenario in Venezuela, where we're being told that it took months of planning for them to be able to go into Venezuela and come out. And as the general was being explained, that they came back with all their equipments, personnel, all intact. In fact, he was, if you hear him correctly, he was saying that yes, all the the planes that they went to, the jets they went into Venezuela, all came back, even though one took fire, but all landed safely in the U.S. soil. And as we are speaking, the leader Maduro is now cooling off in New York, where he's made to appear to answer questions in court today. I don't know. Before we now start talking about the economic implication for Nigeria, what is your take on this very action in Venezuela?
Well, if you go back to 2020, Maduro and his cohorts, or his allies, some of whom America has investigated over time as involved in narco-terrorism, importation of cocaine into the United States, and of course, who have been accused of destroying the youths in the United States. He has turned into a barrel. Maduro was a bus driver until he came into politics. He was a bus driver, he came into politics and took power and won elections and all that. And he became a baron. and he has a syndicate group that does his jobs for him. And America kept watching and investigating him. America has been investigating him, and of course, at a point, when Trump, the first tenure of Trump warned him and told him to stay off U.S. soil with his drug trade. But he refused. At one point, there have been Budoro talking tough as to what sovereignty he enjoys and all that. And you see, although it is Trump has gone into Venezuela and picked up the president, remember, it's not as if Trump wants to topple the government or destroy the government. The vice president, Rodriguez, is in charge, although on Trump's instructions, because Trump already told her that if you are not ready to abide by the rules, then step out. So, and the woman, of course, have agreed that she is ready for everything for peace to prevail. So what is Trump fighting, according to the people? Okay, Trump is fighting drug and destruction of American youths. On the other side, Trump is also interested in the Venezuela oil deal, which he knows is going to favor him. And that's exactly where, okay, I will still come to that, where it will affect Nigeria. We'll come to that. So by 2020, these people were jailed, some of his cronies. But Mudora and the wife were not there. So in 2023 or 2022, there was an exchange of Americans jailed in Venezuela and that of it. So they now exchange those people in 2022. You see? So, and Maduro has been warned severally. So Trump and his people, when Trump now came back on seat, that's during the last election, he now came back as president. He now had to start the talks from where he stopped before he's lost in the election. That's the same thing he did in the case of Iran. There were talks about nuclear development in Iran and all that. And immediately he came in, he started those talks once more. And so also he started the talks with Venezuelan President Maduro and the wife, their case. They started talking about it again. But the president seemed to have been recalcitrant. Some people have criticized Trump's invasion of Venezuela, especially when Maduro is president, as an invasion to Venezuela's sovereignty. Yes, there's no known law, international treaty, or international law, United Nations, that promotes going into a country and abducting the president. There's no law that justifies it. That is, it's almost the same thing like Putin went into Ukraine to attack Ukraine. So there's no known law. So that's the criticism against Trump. And of course, some people also know that Trump has not hidden his interest in the oil. He has not hidden that. He already said that these issues will come. So at the end of the day, it is going to affect Nigeria. How is it going to affect Nigeria? Trump is working on a situation where the oil prices will come down to $50 per barrel. And of course, Nigeria, in their budget, did $65, and of course, they're asking that it should be put down to $60 per barrel. So if at $60 a barrel we have been able to budget 58.something trillion, there's going to be a shortfall if these monies do not come. So the chances are that the problem in Venezuela might push down oil prices the way it is going. Ordinarily, if it is just a mere problem, war or something, yeah, it could push the oil prices up. But this situation is a situation where somebody is trying to calm down the oil prices, which means it's going to influence the output, even in Venezuela, to move up and all that. So I think we're in for a little problem if the situation comes to reality. But it's still being thought about. It's being speculated that it could affect, but it may not, it may or it may not affect Nigeria's 58 trillion budget.
All right, so if the new leader in Venezuela decides to, heed to the United States government and pump more oil, the $65 dollar benchmark that was mentioned in the budget will be a very generous offer for Nigeria if at the end of the day we're able to still get that as the benchmark for oil prices, while there are a lot of other issues to bring about, talking about the region geopolitical realignment, given that China was with Maduro almost the same day that when they were having a handshake, the United States government came with handcuffs. But these are issues for another day. Be that as it may, one may want to ask, do you see a way out for Nigeria should the new leader in Venezuela decide to toe the line of the U.S. government, which we know would equally ask that more oil be pumped as a way of checkmating Russia, who are distracted with Ukraine?
We will talk about alternative sources of revenue. There's no way. Of course, we have our, solid minerals all around Nigeria, but Nigerian government have not been able to formalize, because I see most of these things mines in the northern part of Nigeria, which is of course also primary to the insurgency, given the fact that people are being accused, and it's not being substantiated anyway. If it has been substantiated, the government, it's either the government is compromising or the government would have taken a decisive action on how things are going. So Nigeria should be thinking about alternative sources of revenue to bridge the gap that may result as a result of downwards of oil prices.
All right. And that's it for the news analysis. Mr. Goodhope, what's happening in this sports world this morning?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Well, in the world of sports this morning, Tyson Fury returns to boxing. He returned yesterday, where he made the announcement on his on his Instagram page, where he said he's coming back to do what he knows best how to do and to make a good number of dollars, a good thousands of dollars, how he knows best to do. Even yesterday, we learned that Anthony Joshua had to visit the funeral venue where his aides were being laid to rest yesterday, and it was a sad thing to see. Anthony Joshua, being a world class, who lost his aide last week in the car crash. Well, his driver has been detained by the police of Ogun State, the Ogun State Police Command. He was detained last week after he recovered from the crash himself. Moving on down to MPFL. MPFL has been on break, but on next tomorrow, that is on Wednesday, they will resume the league, Nigerian Professional Football League will resume. Now, going down to AFCON, Cameroon has qualified for the next round of the AFCON. They qualified yesterday after winning South Africa 2-1, and the same with Morocco. Morocco won Tanzania in Nigeria's group by 1-0. And that's today. We have AFCON, and we have our own Nigeria playing, and Nigeria will be playing Mozambique by 8 p.m. Then Egypt will be playing Benin Republic by 5 p.m. This is how it is in the world of sports so far.
All right, thank you very much. And then let's move over to the stock market updates. As at Friday, the 2nd of January, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, driven by the bullish position that the previous year ushered us in, continue to be bullish. And the All-Share Index ASI was appreciated by 0.57%, closing at an all-time high of 156,492.36 points. The market capitalization also rose by approximately 562 billion to settle at 99.94 trillion, bringing it to the brink of the historic 100 trillion naira milestone. The top 5 gainers as at the Friday trading were led by Mutual Benefit Assurance, which is traded as M Benefit, which closed this market at 3 naira 10 kobo, making a price adjustment in the positive of plus 10%, and then followed by FTN Coca, which closed its trading at 5 naira 50 kobo, making a plus 10% adjustment, taking us to the losers in the market. At that very day, we were seeing other losers in this very market were equally led by around 10 losers on that very day. But the summary of the market analysis for that day is that we have a total of 440 million shares that exchanged hand, leading to the value of 25.0 billion naira, making a total days of 40,245%. The most traded share on that day by volume was Chems Holdings Limited, which traded 120.3 million units. Then by value we have Arade Holdings dominating with a transaction worth 10.7 billion naira. Then I will inform you that the market is already open for the day. The tradings are going on, but before you make any investment, please do consult a financial experts for direction due to the volatility of the market. And you do want to join us tomorrow, where we'll see if the market eventually today is able to hit the 100 trillion naira mark. Thank you. And that's it for the Nigerian Stock Market Exchange.
All right. Thank you very much for that and an update. And also, this is where we draw the curtain for today on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. And please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I am Deborah Wakaba.
And thank you, Mr. Resarum, for those in-depth analysis on issues.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, and Mr. Good Hope, the sports oracle himself. It's always a pleasure to have you give these predictions and numbers. Thank you very much.
Just that you need to tell us exactly what's going to happen tonight.
Join him during this post. You see what his predictions will be. And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
This is how it is. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to the families of these guys who lost their life. I don't know who is going to be his aide from now, who is going to train him, who is going to bring into the box. But then we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Yes, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're going to see what is going to be like at the end of the day. All right, moving on, we have in the news that Tyson Fury says he's coming back to boxing. He's going to be back to boxing. He said this yesterday on his Instagram page, where he announced that he is going to be back, that he's meant to, him coming back is actually a way that he has viewed that he's not retiring, he's not going home anytime soon. He said this 2 years ago that he's going to come back, that he's retiring, of course, and he came back to fight while he had the fight and all that things. This year again, last 2 years ago, he said he's done with boxing, and he has announced that he is coming back to make the mark on the boxing scenario. Well, he was meant to fight with Anthony Joshua sometime this year, but because of the Anthony Joshua's issue, the whole thing has to be, weighed, and Anthony Joshua has to maybe he had to withdraw or something. Because I want to tell you guys something. What happens when people really loses one of them in the world of sports? Sports, when you talk about sports, you're talking about the mentality, the psychology, and also the physiotherapy side of life, where people engage in athletic stuffs. Now, looking at Anthony Joshua and what happened to him lately, you would see that he may not be able to fight this guy, because this guy is very tough. This guy just that same time I told you that he retired, he fought with Alexander Usyk, and both of them had that fight. Now, I'm also telling you that Liverpool, same thing that could affect what is happening to Liverpool now. Sorry, I'm bringing them in. Could happen to Anthony Joshua, but we believe that it will not really happen to him. That there will be exceptions, because when you look at that team, Liverpool, which we're still going to go there, we will see that they have some psychological issue right now. There's not so injury players, or what you could say, but there are some things. You will look at the team, you will know that there's a problem since they lost Diogo Jota. But then, moving on in the same way in sports, the Nigerian Professional Football League is meant to resume on 7th of January. After they have stayed for their break, they are meant to resume on 7th of January. They are meant to resume. And from the matches we have, Abia Warriors are going to face Plateau United. Barao will face Niger Tornadoes. Castina will face Kim Khalifa. Kwara United will face Bendel. Nasarawa United will face Kano Pillars. Rangers International of Enugu will face Rivers United of Port Harcourt. Remo Stars will face Ikorodu City, and Shooting Stars will face Enimba. Wiki Tourists will face Warri Wolves. And these are the highlights of the fixtures that we have so far in the upcoming Nigerian Professional Football League. Remember, we've been talking about Nigerian Professional Football League a lot this time, and we have looked at what is the cons and the pros, what's happening in the league, and the league so far has not been looking at the ecosystem of the league that we have. We are facing a lot of challenges as a country, as a league, as a league that is at the top in the country. There's an issue of manpower management, an issue of taking care of what should be taken care of, all those things. But that being said, you know that there was none of a local based player that was selected in the AFCON. I'm sure you know, I've said it a lot of times here, that none was selected for the AFCON. Reasons being best known to the coach Erichele. Well, we would see that if our leagues are doing well, we could have a more professional choices to take. Not that we don't have the ballers, not that we don't have the people who play well, but it's just that we are looking forward to having these guys, having them come out to the best of what they should come out. Now, moving on from that, we have yesterday and the other day, Morocco has qualified for the quarterfinal in the AFCON. The AFCON matches that happened yesterday. Morocco has qualified for the final of the AFCON. Morocco won Tanzania 1-0. And I don't know if time will permit me to show you a video of how the match was yesterday, of that particular goal scored by Ibrahim Diaz of Tanzania. That goal scored by Ibrahim Diaz of Tanzania. And looking at it, you will see that that goal, I will tell you, is probably the best goal of the tournament. Just look at this dribble, look at what happened, look at where he, from that point where he shot the goal, just look at him dribbling, and he didn't even do, I will tell you, this guy is really world class. Just let's see that goal again. Just look at that dribble. This guy really dealt with this Tanzanian guy. Well, I will tell you that we are having the best of the best. This guy plays for Real Madrid, and I'm sure that you would not want to not watch this video again. And when we tell you that football is magical and sport itself is interesting, you will say, okay, maybe we're talking about something. But I'm telling you right now that that was the goal that led to that victory of Moroccans. The Moroccans, the host, has qualified for the quarterfinal. Same thing with Senegal. Same thing, sorry, with Cameroon. Cameroon won South Africa yesterday in a 2-1 goal, and that match really was something else. I may not show you the highlight because of time, but I'm telling you that Cameroon has advanced into the next phase of the AFCON. And looking at that, you will see that there are lots of things that we could say at the end of the day, and we expect Cameroon to play more and have more of their matches to win and gather together. Now, coming to the matches we have today. We have Nigeria. Nigeria is going to play today. Nigeria is going to play against Mozambique. This has been the match we all have been anticipating or waiting for. Nigeria is going to play Mozambique, and Egypt is going to play Benin Republic. Nigeria is going to play Mozambique by 8 p.m. and Egypt is going to play Benin Republic by 5 p.m. I don't know your predictions about these two matches that are coming up, but I can tell you that there will be a lot of signs, especially for Nigeria, Mozambique. A lot of signs are going to be seen in these matches that are coming up. And Nigeria, Mozambique too. I don't know. As the sports oracle, I will always want to predict. I will always tell you what it's going to be like in my shrine. Well, I'm going to tell you that Nigeria will win today. I'm not saying it out of hope or out of expectation. I'm saying it out of assurance, because looking at our team, okay, we have really played, we are playing well. At least the prime Nigeria may not match to the 1990s of Nigeria or the early 2000s of Nigeria, but we can say that we have the best team so far. Looking at how we qualified, being one of the only teams, Nigeria and Algeria being the two teams that had up to 9 points in the group stage qualification into round of 16. That tells you that we have won 3 matches in the group stage of the AFCON, and coming to the 4th match of the tournament, I will tell you that we will put our lives and we'll put all it takes to get that done. Well, talking about that, just last weekend the federal government had to give a gift to the Super Eagles and the entire AFCON team who are supporting the Super Eagles a total amount of 3 billion naira for their support and to boost their performance, and to also that's a way of encouraging them in their own capacity to deliver what they needed to deliver. And I would say kudos to the federal government for being so intentional with our guys over there. And I will tell you that with all these things, Nigeria is going to make a mark, and today we're expecting them by 8 p.m. I want you to watch that match. I want you to see it for yourself and see how we're going to Well, I predict Osimhen will score, and Lukman has been scoring. He has been registering himself in the score sheet, and other people were expecting to see them score, like Onyema. And today, I expect our captain Wilfred Ndidi of Besiktas to register a goal. I'm tipping that match to be 4-1. Well, I may not tell you what it is, but then we are really going to score. Well, Mozambique too is a strong team, and they are playing well. For them to qualify for the next round may not so be big stuff, but there at the end of the day we could see what is going to happen and what is going to really be like. Now, moving over to the English Premier League and other leagues across Europe where football happened over the weekend. We had Chelsea yesterday drawing it with Manchester City, while they had the late winner. Enzo Fernandez had to equalize at the late minutes. At the neck of time, they had to equalize, and that match could be the star match of the week, because from what we are seeing, you know that the coach, the person who took them to the match yesterday, I'm talking about the team of Chelsea, is the assistant coach and under 21 coach. He was the one who took the team to Manchester City yesterday, and this guy had to. Put himself out there to show what he could get. Now, in the same neck of the news, I want to tell you that Coach Chelsea is about to sign this guy, and he is from RB Strasbourg. He is about to be signed by Chelsea as the head coach, and he is the one. Yes, he is the one who we are going to see on the screen. Yes, he's the one you're going to see on the screen. He is from RB Strasbourg. Pardon my manners. He's from RB Strasbourg, and just yesterday he was his replacement is being checked at his team Strasbourg in France. He's the replacement that is going to replace the Enzo Maresca, who left Chelsea on Friday. His name is Liam Rosenio, and he has arrived London ahead of the Chelsea appointment. An interview is in the next 24 hours. Interview is in the next 24 hours. We're going to see what it is going to be like, and at the end of the day we're going to see. And like I was telling you yesterday, and in the same yesterday, Fulham and Liverpool had a 2-2 draw yesterday. Fulham had a 2-2 draw. I wanted to show you a goal, the goal that made Fulham to equalize. That was for me, that's the best goal of the season. I will show you maybe tomorrow when I bring you the best kicks so far. That's just a special edition. We have to craft out the best kicks so far. I'm going to show you the goal and how the goal came about. I'm telling you that he's going to be mad. He's going to be mad. You're going to see that goal, and that's a screamer. That guy scored a screamer yesterday, and Liverpool thought they have won it while Fulham was leading in the first half. Liverpool equalized and scored the second goal. Liverpool equalized through Fran Wheat and scored again through Cody Gakpo. They thought everything, but just at the neck of time, as it happened to Chelsea, Liverpool had to concede that goal. That goal was not even near the box, and Liverpool had to concede that goal. Same in the yesterday's match, as we round up the show, Leeds United and Manchester United played a 1-1 draw at Leeds United home, and this match became almost the star match of the week, because you see what's happening in Manchester United now. The players, there's a remarkable number of players who are on injury, who have been sidelined for injury's sake. And looking at the team, it's only 1 or 2 people that are making the mark. And I don't know what we're expecting. We playing without people like Bruno Fernandes, Kobe Mino, even Ahmad, and Brian Bumo may just be a lot on the team. But we expect to see this happening in the coming days. Now, just to draw your attention a little from between Premier League and AFCON. Yesterday, Rio Ferdinand has said that he would want that the Premier League, or anytime AFCON is going on, that all leagues should shut down. Reason being that there could be these African players contribute a lot to the leagues across Europe. You see how leagues people are fumbling, just like Arsenal has no much of African players, so they did not suffer anything, and they have been scoring, they have been winning their games. Arsenal team is complete, but almost all the teams in the English Premier League and some of the teams outside English Premier football are suffering because their key players, just like Liverpool having Mo Salah, Brahim Diaz from Real Madrid, Brian Mbumo, Amad Diallo, and Nusra Mazri from Manchester United. And then looking at Fulham yesterday, the likes of Calvin Bassey, Samuel Chukwueze, and their very own midfield mistro, Alex Iwobi. 3 of them had gone to AFCON. Now, looking at Sunderland too, Sunderland has 8 players who, yes, up to 8 players who are not around for the because of the AFCON. So that I understand Rio Ferdinand very well, and I want that to happen if it could really happen. And I'm telling you that it's going to make a lot of sense, because looking at the team, football is not balanced again. The players who play are not playing well because the people who are left are the remnants. Well, I would tell you that if this would happen, we would really have a wonderful time in football, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now, talking about transfers too, Thiago Silva has arrived FC Oporto, that's the head of FC Porto, to take his medicals because he left his Fluminense club to join FC Porto on a free transfer where he's going to make the mark as the defense, and he did this yesterday to register and become the one of the players of FC Porto over there in Portugal. And I'm telling you that there are many more, but because of time and things we could say, we could not bring them all your way. But I want to tell you that same time, same station, join us live for more updates, and follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And now, if this is the sports wrap, and I am the sports oracle, bring you the best of sports and what happens in the globe around football, athletics, tennis, golf, and whatever it is. Remember, you are the one who is the sportsman, and you're going to keep making your mark. I am your one and only sports oracle. I will see you same time, same station tomorrow. See you and have a wonderful time. We are dancing around. We are dancing around.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri Olo and Owerri Okigwe roads. The Mbidi Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Ozodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Ozodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Ozodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiatives called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
State was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot. Of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1920 areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on today on The Insight. However, we will apologize for not starting at 11 o'clock on the dot. Today, we are looking at P2B's declaration for ADC, implication and impact. These are special segments as Nigeria is evolving political landscape ahead of the 2027 election. P2B's dramatic declaration for African Democratic Congress in Enugu has ignited fierce debate, fracturing the Labour Party while boosting ADC's profile with promises of unity, production over consumption, and resistance to electoral rigging. Today, we will unpack the strategic shifts, policy visions, and voter implications with our expert public affairs analyst, a veteran journalist, Dr. Don Eze. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
Right. Yes, Doc. Start the end of 2025. Precisely 31st December, we all witnessed that move by former governor of Anambra State, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, making a formal declaration to join the ADC. And I ask, what's your takeaway from this?
Thank you very much. See, P2B's declaration for ADC is a welcome development. You know, Tinubu has made sure that there will be no opposition. They have to conquer that. They have to be.
That's allegedly, though.
They have to be. About 30 governors are now joining APC.
But do we ascribe that to Tinubu stifling the opposition?
Yes.
Or Tinubu creating an enabling environment for the governors of opposition to join him?
He crippled opposition.
Crippled
opposition. To have a viable opposition, there must be a synergy of people, of political parties. No party can do it alone. Fighting Tinubu, there have to be a viable opposition. There have to be a merger of political parties. The declaration of P2B to ADC is a welcome document. It's a way of showing that there's no way one party can do it alone. They have tried it in 2023. PDP with Atiku, P2B with Labour, Kwankwaso with NLPC. They could not do it. The only way you can challenge, anyone can challenge APC is for the major political parties, major actors in the major political parties to come together and wrestle the PDP.
Okay.
And wrestle the APC.
So what you're saying in essence is that we now have a major initially coalition. You know, initially there was advocacy for a third force. But if one may go your line of argument that there's no opposition, is it? So what we have now is a coalition. Or a major, a second force, or do you call it a third force as well? So we have a major force now to challenge the ruling party. Is that what you're saying?
That is what it says. For the APC to have ADC need to have a major alignment to restore APC. That's the only way you can restore APC, because the APC have made sure that all the opposition parties, opposition political parties, are no longer viable. So the only way they can do it is for the political realignment for them to come together, and that is why Obi's declaration is a welcome development. He said he has been with ADC. He was one of the major political actors that formed ADC, but he delayed his coming in because he said he wanted to have maybe that time there was an Anambra election, so he decided to come to tally so that they can come together and work together as a very opposition party, political party.
Okay. Now, one may want to ask, the declaration and formal joining of ADC by Peter Obi, does he position ADC as a major political force?
It is, because if you know, like what happened that 1st December, many people joined the APC, ADC that time. We have Tamboa coming from the north. You have other major political, other senators, like you have former senator from Anambra State. I have 2 senators from Anambra State that joined ADC. You have other Abaribe joined ADC, and the North are coming together and now working together with ADC so that they can team up and wrestle power from the APC.
Okay. Now you talk about the East. Let's start from the base.
Mm.
That declaration was in Enugu State, and then what's the implication? Like that we saw the likes of Senator Engineer Baribe, the 2 senators from Anambra that you've mentioned, Oye and Victor Ome. Yes, joining him. Likewise, we saw Imo State as well. What's the implication for the politics of Southeast Nigeria?
Southeast in APC was just they don't have a base. For the only way the Southeast is making it is for the alignment. Southeast is likely to team up with ADC with FTOB, and have a base. Because as it were, the Southeast have no base in APC. They're just like strangers. They were not. APC, as far as Southeast is concerned, is not anything for that Southeast. The only party that ADC is likely to make it is for ADC, P2B joining ADC will make it to have a base, because as it were, if Uttar Southeast is now going to be ADC dominated, then in Northwest we have the, like Kwankwaso is now talking of joining the coalition.
Okay.
Tamboa was there during the obvious declaration, and they were thinking that they will pay, but he will pay to Peter Obi. But Kwankwaso is saying that he is likely to join a political party that will give him either presidential candidate, presidential slot, or vice presidential slot, which all of them are now thinking that the only way, because the South is already having APC with Tinubu. So if Southeast now joins with P2B now joining ADC, it's likely that the Southeast will now have a base, because they don't have a base as far as APC is concerned. It's only the P2B that will make APC to have a base.
Okay. You know, when you talk about these in the Southeast, there are those who are of the view that P2B's declaration for ADC and trying to mobilize the Igbo nation, the Southeast, to join him moving into ADC has in a way destabilized the gains of trying to align the Southeast with the ruling party?
What have we gained from the ruling party? What have we gained from the ruling party for belonging to the ruling party? Have we gained anything? We are just marginalized. Southeast is marginalized in APC. They don't have anything. They have only 2 ministers. Out of how many ministers do they have? Only Umahi and the new minister of innovation. All of the other ones are what do you call them? Junior ministers. Southeast has not gained anything by belonging to APC. The only thing where Southeast can have a voice is to join ADC.
Okay, by joining ADC, but they say the argument has been that yes, we claim that Southeast is marginalized, that this whole move is a realignment of the Southeast to the center to attract more ministerial position, like you rightly pointed out, that it's only just 2 that has been attracted to the Southeast because they've been in opposition, but now that the majority is aligning with the center, that there will be more gain, which they claim that P2B has come to distort. But be that as it may, what I'm asking before we move to the the main meat of the matter is the declaration in Enugu. Why the choice of Enugu instead of
Enugu is the capital of Eastern Nigeria. Enugu is the capital of Eastern Nigeria. Don't you know about that?
Is that a statement of intent?
Enugu is the capital how can you declare the corner? Anambra is the corner. Enugu is the capital of Eastern Nigeria.
But people have argued that coming to Enugu in itself is futile because where he is expected to join the party, make a formal declaration, should have been from his word, and they've claimed that for him not to have done that in his word, that whatever happened in Enugu is a charade.
He can still go to his word and declare. He is declared as a presidential candidate. It's not declared as a ward candidate. It's still Peter is a national phenomenon. It's a national. It's not somebody you can think you wish I were. The other people, I think, they didn't declare at when he joined ADC. They didn't declare at Adamawa. He joined ADC at the center. You have to be at the center to be relevant.
Okay. Now, we're looking at where things are as at this moment. Do you think the ruling party are bothered or should be bothered with Obi's movement?
They are too much bothered. This is how they're making noise. How they're not worried when Atiku joined. They're not worried when El-Rufai joined. But as soon as Obi declared, everything became worried. So they're so much worried that Obi's declaration is the only person out of those people who came in with senators, came in with House of Reps members, came in with House of Assembly members. The other people, El-Rufai and Atiku and the other people, they did not mobilize one single legislator to join them. So Obi's declaration is giving them sleepless night.
Okay, but in the same vein, they've equally accused P2B of dismantling and disuniting the opposition political parties by moving away from Labour Party to ADC.
But yes, the Labour Party had a problem. Labour Party was in the pocket of APC. Like we said, APC and Tinubu destabilized PDP. They destabilized Labour Party.
Allegedly.
We can allege,
yes.
but you know that the Labour Party was in the pocket of APC. PDP was in the pocket of APC through Wike. So they made sure that they cleared out of the Labour Party. That was why Peter Obi joined them.
Okay, well, let's look at things pragmatically. P2B only had 6 million votes in 2023 election.
That was created of him. He might have more.
That's what is proven. That's what's proven.
Yes.
Every other thing is allegedly, and the court didn't buy into those. So the numbers we have is about 6 million votes, and he has moved in to ADC. Do you think, if perchance anything, the water should equally pass under the bridge again, that he may be able to amass that number of votes? And how do you think he can mobilize the Southeast to move
We are
him
not
from
talking
Labour Party to ADC?
Labour Party again.
To move from Labour Party, the Southeasterners that joined him, contributed,
Yeah.
followed him to Labour Party.
What happened to
How
what-
would he be able to mobilize them to
what
join him?
happened, at last, what happened after Labour Party? They bought all the Labour Party candidates. All the people who are in Labour Party were bought over by the opposition political parties. Labour Party have 14 House of Assembly members. They have House of House of Reps. They have about 5. In the Senate, they have 2. They have 2. But gradually, the opposition party and Tinubu and other people went and bought all of them. Nobody is no legislator. Labour Party in Enugu State has only one candidate, one House of Assembly member. Every other member have joined APC. So I think that with that scenario, they can still make any move. So as far as Labour Party is concerned, it's dead through Tinubu and the group.
But, why I ask this question is, given the level of apathy that is witnessed in the Southeast, which is the core area for P2B, going into 2023 election, there was a lot of work to mobilize Southeasterners to move with him, accept Labour Party as the party, as the right place, the right party to vote. Now that, like you did say, Labour Party is dead and P2B is moving to ADC, how do you think that the Southeasterners would buy into joining him again into that futile venture of getting into ADC and contesting for the presidential ticket?
Southeasterners were disappointed for what happened. They knew that P2B mobilized very, very well and ought to have won the election, but they were not happy with what came out of it. None of them is happy with what is going on now. None of them is happy. They want a place they can have a voice. As far as we're concerned, they don't have any base. The present administration.
And you think they would move with Obi instead of leaving the governors who are now aligned in the APC?
Governors have moved, but people have not moved with them. Governors have moved to APC, but people who matter are not moving with them. People are not happy.
Let's talk about the people that matter that you mentioned. We're told in politics what matters is the structures. And like the Labour Party, ADC don't have the structures on ground.
P2B did not have structure in 2023. They said they don't have structure in 2023.
Yes.
But he was able to amass 6 million votes as we claimed.
But he's not the president. Meaning that lack of structure didn't go on.
For somebody who came in about let's say less than 2 years to the election, and without structure, without any governor, without any House of Assembly member, without any House of Reps member, without a senator, to have amassed that number of votes, don't you think it was a serious issue? And everybody is now talking of P2B. If we see what is happening now, there's now issue between Kwankwaso and Tambua. Who is going to be running mate with P2B?
We are talking about who will be running mate with P2B, but it's not guaranteed that P2B will clinch the ticket of the ADC, whom we are told that yes, they will do. They are going to do primaries, and whoever emerges will be their presidential candidate.
Yes, they are going to do primaries.
Yes.
Let's wait for.
Are you seeing P2B emerging from a primaries?
P2B
has never emerged through any primaries in the past.
How? What happened to Labour Party?
The Labour Party, how did he emerge? Who was his opposition during the primaries?
Who was his opposition?
Yes. He was a consensus candidate for the Labour Party.
He could be
he didn't join the primaries in the PDP and left for Labour Party.
In PDP before, he was vice presidential candidate. You remember?
Yes.
In 2019.
Yes, under Atiku
Abubakar. Now, he is joining ADC. Let's see what happens. Let us not be carried away about what is happening. Atiku has been contesting since 2019 93, he has been contesting. He has been, there's know him as always contesting for presidential tickets. And people seem to be tired with him. So let's see what is going to happen. With the realignment of forces, it's likely that the youths, it's not these old people joining the party. It is the youths that are determining what is going to happen.
But okay, be that as it may, do you see Atiku stepping down for P2B?
He may not willingly step down, but he may be forced to step down.
By what forces?
By the forces against him.
Such as? What kind of force are we looking at here that would make an article that you said has been contesting presidential position for over years now give up?
For Tamboa to come and say he's going to join P2B. For Kwankwaso, these are forces, south, northwest. I think it's from northeast. For these people,
Kwankwaso is still a projection. He's not there yet.
He's not yet, but he says he will join a party that will give him either presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate. That's what he said.
Yes.
He said, he told Tinubu, if you are living in NPC, don't go with our governor. We made it too for governor. For him to want to go live to Tinubu, he should not do that. And you know that Kano is a very strong place. You know that Sokoto is a very strong place. These are south, northwest zones. I think he is from northeast. And the people are almost tired of Atiku.
Okay. So what I'm asking now, let's look at it from this dimension. If P2B, with the movement you talk about in 2023, was not able to defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was himself wasn't the president as at the time, then coming into this election where the power of incumbency is at play, where the forces are aligning together, talk about the governors of virtually the South, the whole of
governors moved
with him.
No, governor moved, but people did not move with the governors.
People did not move. But the governors control the structures in their state.
Which structure?
Talk about the local government structures and everything. Yes.
What time comes? It is not what happened in 2023 when there was in 2023 when there was the what do you call it, the Aneke did the magic, and people who contested the election along with contested the election, there was no they said there was the glitch. That glitch might not happen. Everybody's eyes now open. It's not what happened in 2023 that's going to happen now. Let Tinubu look what he's going to do, and good enough. People are now wiser. Wiser. What happened in 2023 may not be the same thing as 2023. And the governors, maybe see the governors, they are shaking. What happened in 2023 may not happen this time around.
Okay. Before we begin to look at Obi's speech on the day that he declared for ADC, another very important issue that I don't know if you've considered, they are twofold. One, have you considered the possibility of P2B accepting to be a vice presidential candidate under Atiku, as is being distributed, mounted, and projected by the Minister of Aviation, who has tweeted severally to accuse Obi of not being forthright with his supporters by telling them that he's already in agreement with Atiku Abubakar to be his vice presidential candidate?
That is propaganda. It's propaganda. Minister of Aviation was just talking about what he feels that Obi has not. Obedient movement says no presidential candidate. No, Obi, if Obi fails to reach presidential candidacy, he will not be the Obi is not going to run for president. He's not contesting for vice presidential candidate. The only way you can see that APC is defeated is for power shift from north to south. If Peter Obi is there as the presidential candidate and Tinubu is there as presidential candidate, there got to be a very serious battle. That's why APC is rattled. Because what P2B as presidential candidate from the south, Tinubu as presidential candidate from the south, there got to be a change. South-south, southeast will go for P2B. Southeast will go for P2B. Middle West will go for P2B. Then the Northwest, they feel that complain that are marginalized. We also go for P2B.
These are the projections that didn't work in 2023.
Because there was 2023, everybody thought that is going to win.
Okay, Doctor, let me ask, what if at the end of the day, P2B becomes a vice presidential candidate? What do you think happens? The obedient movement will go their way?
Will go their way. They will withdraw.
They will withdraw.
Will withdraw for some.
So that means the ADC and the opposition need to start getting set for the eventuality of that happening.
I don't canvass that P2B will accept to be a presidential running mate for Atiku. He did it before. Why must he accept to be a presidential running mate?
When you consider the 6 point something million votes that
6 point something million votes
that Obi garnered in 2023,
they gave us
6.8.
6.8.
Yeah.
You know what happened? It's not what that 2023 is not 23 is not 2027. 27 is a new chapter.
But those that would have been the clearer pathway to the presidency. Especially has been advocated by supporters of Atiku Abubakar that for the Easterners to get to the presidency, the surest pathway is for Obi to be a vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar. That would be about 12 million votes in the kitty.
Where was Tambua in 2023? What happened in 2023? It wasn't not Tambua that sold out against Wike. He was with Atiku that time. Yes. But it's now shifting this. Tambua, what you can the NMP, yes. Was vehement on contesting. They told him that time to join with Obi. But he's now shifting. He's now prepared to accept presidential candidate. Obi, Atiku is about 78 years now, or how many years now? Almost. It's almost is getting old, and for him to contest again, it will be difficult for him to contest. He may have the resources, but he may not have the people behind him.
Okay, let's take a look at this other angle. When we're talking about these issues, do not forget that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that we'll speak of, has done 4 years by the 2027 election. And P2B, who is a fresh candidate, would only be coming into a new 4 years. Do you think the North that we'll speak of, talk about the Kwankwaso, talk about Tambuwa coming to back, do you believe they would trust P2B to back him for a fresh 4 years than go with Tinubu that will just finish a 4-year term and is constitutionally banned from contesting again?
P2B says he's not contesting for only one single tenure. No single tenure. P2B is not going to run for second.
But there's nothing to back up. That's just mere words.
Yes, that words. Trust me. If you trust me, I tell you what it's going to be. People believe, and those who are backing P2B believe that he's going to keep to his words.
Okay, let's talk about those who are backing him. Who are these people that you talk about? Who
it's just he just declared how many days ago?
Yes.
How many days ago? Just less than 2 weeks. Yes. But by the time the campaign starts, by mid-March, you see people who are backing him. By mid-March, but it's just a fresh declaration. People are those who are backing him are numerous.
Okay. Now we're talking about people who are backing him. Looking at 2023, if people didn't buy into his vision and ideology in 2023, what is making him more sellable now in 2026?
Was he not buy? People buy his vision that time. People bought his vision. Many people bought his vision. The only thing there was vision among the opposition. If Atiku had not come out to contest. Papaso had not come out to contest. If all of if Peter Obi had not come out to contest, and the three of them joined together, they would have defeated Tinubu. How many votes did the three of them get Ghana? And how many votes did Tinubu Ghana? If they had come together, they would have defeated Tinubu.
Really? Okay. Now, let's look at what happened at Aneke that day when Peter Obi was declaring. Yes, we saw the leader of the ADC talk about former Senate President David Mark. Then the rest of the people there were majorly Easterners. The big wigs that we'll talk about, we didn't see them at that occasion.
Big wig from which state?
From other regions.
Other regions?
Yes.
I think it was Peter Obi's declaration at Aneke was just a beginning.
But you know, a lot of people don't. You won't agree with me that you agree with me that a lot of individuals has used that to clarify Peter Obi or classify him as a regional leader or politician that is unable to attract people from other regions.
Did you watch what Atiku declared? How many people were there? How many people were there when El-Rufai declared? How many people were there when Tabua declared? If you compare the two, you see that Peter Obi is very, very far away from them.
Okay, now let's look at Peter Obi's speech on that very day, which clearly, when you listen from the way he spoke in the past, though not markedly changed, because he keeps talking about moving away, you know, and embracing production for Nigeria.
I've been talking of that.
Now, this time around, we should embrace more unity as a people, which he had been saying. But a lot of persons, when you listen to him, you know, this time around, calling on the generality of Nigeria, the oppositions, you know, to come together and mount a lawful resistance to election rigging, national unity across the regions, invoking Southeast leaders. One may begin to think that we're beginning to see a Peter Obi that is more radicalized in 2026 than the Peter Obi that we used to know.
It's in 2026, like now. Yes, it become more matured than what happened in 2026. He has been more experience. He has been more exposed. So Peter Obi is somehow radicalized. If we call it as radicalized.
Okay, so but what we are looking at now is you think that the Muslim North are more willing to trust a Christian Southeasterner Peter Obi in 2026 than the combined ticket of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a Muslim, and the vice presidential candidate, who is equally a Muslim from the north.
No, I think they have tested Tinubu, and they have tested his vice presidential candidate, and they are complaining that they use it as a smoke screen. They use that Muslim ticket as a smoke screen, while Tinubu is busy amassing wealth, doing a lot of things for their own people, marginalizing the northerners. So they don't trust that just the ticket of Tinubu and Kashim.
Okay. You know, a lot of Obi's critique always talk about when he talks about moving from production or talking about production over consumption, you know, that we should move back to the farms and factories. People talk about the issue of security in Nigeria, and that Peter Obi lacks the requisite experience as a civilian to tackle security challenges in Nigeria. And given what we're witnessing with the security situation, the banditry, the terrorism, talk about Lakroma, talk about ISIS, you talk about Boko Haram.
Tinubu who has the experience, what is happening in Nigeria as far as security concerned? What is happening to security situation in Nigeria with his experience? Is it not worse than what is going on? Has he done anything to improve the situation with his own experience? Tinubu, has he done anything to improve the situation? He hasn't done much. It's even worse. It's even worse. And that's why America is not even trusting him. That's why the Tinubu is there. America used was able to start fighting the security situation, and they could not do anything.
We were told that they are in collaboration with the government of the United States.
They have no option. They couldn't have done anything. America gave the sanction. If they don't do that, this is what is going to happen. Even if you see Israel coming out on its own, they are threatening the security situation in Nigeria. So it's not even America fighting alone. That's why Israel is also fighting. So it's going to be worse. And they will make sure that those things that happened, that situation that happened in the south, clean of Christians, banditry, other things will not continue.
But don't you think that will work against Peter become 2027, being a Christian southern?
When they have come out to say we don't want this thing, it even got to it was that man Obama that destroyed this man's good luck, Jonathan. If Obama hadn't come to intervene, Jonathan would have won. America is now have opened their eyes, so they are not going to allow the North Portal.
Let's look at this other issue here. Talk about P2B's core supporters or his allies. You speak about the governor of Abia State, Oti, who has come publicly to say that he's not leaving the Labour Party, and everyone expected that by the time P2B moves, that Alex Oti will join him. And likewise, we'll talk about Dati Baba Ahmed, who didn't make any formal declaration with his former boss.
Oti is wiser. He knows what he's doing. He is there in spirit, but he's being careful. Because
being careful of what?
Of Tinubu. He's being careful. That's why he says, I am not joining, but I will not join APC. So he's being careful. He's a first-time runner.
So in
just like Anambra man, Peter Soludo, he was also careful.
He was also careful. But in case of Alex Oti and Dati Baba Ahmed, whom you say are still of the Labour Party, now we're talking about a Labour Party in crisis. If they are there, why would P2B leave? If there's a possibility to run in Labour Party, because if Alex Oti remains in Labour Party, then the same fate would befall him, being that like we did here, or you're projecting, the Labour Party has become a vehicle without an engine going forward. So what are his chances?
For Alex Oti?
Yes.
Alex is holding his state firmly.
That means he can run in 2027.
Why?
Why? Under which platform?
Other Labour Party.
So if he can run under Labour Party, why didn't P2B wait behind the Labour Party to run under Labour Party?
It should not. P2B has nothing to do with P2B's declaration. Has nothing to do with Alex Oti. Alex is minding his own state, but he is there with P2B in spirit.
No, but part of the issues raised is that Labour Party has a leadership crisis,
which
in turn may affect any person, emerging as a candidate in 2027, and it's against that background that P2B left.
Yes.
Now, would the same fate not be meted out to an Alex Oti?
Alex Oti is his own problem. Has his own problem. He was with the Nabi Usman. He's the Nabi Usman camp. He's not with the main Abure camp. So he knows what he's doing. Let's watch and see what is going to happen. Let us not be so much in a hurry.
No, but the projection here is that if Alex Oti cannot mobilize for P2B,
he says he's looking to mobilize for P2B.
But
he's talking of his own party.
They are now in different parties. They are now in different political parties, don't they?
Before he went to Labour Party, before he went to ADC, he consulted with Alex Oti. He consulted all the governors of Southeast.
All the governors of Southeast?
Yes, he did a consultation with them. And they said that if you can move to ADC.
He can move to ADC?
Yes.
But those governors you talk of, the APs, they are of the ruling party.
They are living
So
party.
perhaps that means they are clearing Obi from the way for their...
They are being careful. They are being careful. Because if it is if, for instance, they are with Tinubu today, if, for instance, entire Southeast move with Peter Obi to APC or to the ADC, do you think it won't affect their chances, the governors of Southeast?
Okay. But let's go back into the issue of party politics. ADC will go into primaries. That's what we have been told. And Nigeria being what it is, we know how primaries are played in Nigeria. And Peter Obi has come out on several occasions to say he is not one to pay delegates. So how do you see him emerging from such primaries in ADC?
Did he pay delegates when he won 6 million votes? Did he pay delegates?
That's the general election. We're not talking about the ADC that have the likes of Atiku Abubakar that has been projected. Perhaps Kwankwaso may join. We'll have Erufai. We'll have Rotimi Amechi, who himself is another gladiator. We'll have Tambua again. So there are a whole lot of politicians, seasoned politicians in the ADC, and who are interested in this same ticket. So it may not be like the Labour Party where Peter Obi, had an open field. Yes. So we're seeing a contest as regards primaries before we now start talking about the 6 million votes.
Supposing there are going to be a consensus, there will be a consensus in ADC.
Do you see a consensus in ADC?
It's possible. It's possible. If David Mark, who is chairman of ADC, if there are some of them consider that this man is more viable, there's possibility of having a consensus candidate.
You know why I ask this question is that ADC has come out to say that part of the objective is to correct the anomalies in other political parties, to see that ADC doesn't go the way of these other political parties. Speak of PDP. Yes.
What are you saying? Are you saying that there's no possibility of they're coming together to build a formidable front to say, this man, you are our leader. As I'm taking of article as our leader, you can now play a fatherly role. Let this man who is more viable take up the gauntlet. Let him fight. Let him do this. You tried. We see you as the leader of our party, but let this man play. Take the mantle of leadership. It's not possible for it. That is, there's a possibility of consensus candidate emerging.
Anyway, in politics they say everything and anything is possible.
Yes.
But we are speaking to the facts on ground, what we are being told by the party. But those, for want of time, I want to ask your personal view, projection of Obi's candidacy since his declaration and the impact you think that will generate.
I say it is too early to project that projection. It's too early. Somebody declared 31st March, 31st December, and just less than 10 days. And let us see what is going to happen. But don't you see that a lot of people are coming around to say this man is a viable candidate. People are projecting that. The man in Lagos says he now has left PDP and now joined ADC, the former governorship candidate of Labour Party in Lagos.
Okay,
they've all they're now joining ADC.
So, in essence, you're seeing Peter making more inroad in 2026, 2027 than before?
If we had done that in 2023 and succeeded, it's going to be more of realignment in 2026. It's going to succeed more. It's going to have more inroads into the political parties.
But, Dons, before I let you go, given the off-cycle elections, speak of that of Anambra State, for example, Peter Obi's influence and presence did little.
Because he did not declare at that time. He was not supporting anybody. He just came in as a voter. He did not say, vote for this person. He did not vote for this person. Did he do that?
Okay. So, in essence, we are looking at ADC as a vibrant opposition with the declaration of P2B?
So far, PDP is dead, Labour is dead, every other political party is dead. The only one that are fearing now is ADC, P2B's declaration.
So, finally, on a final note, do you see the obedient movement, which is the core base of P2B, as still being intact and ready to roar in 2026 going into 2027 election?
You see, obedient movement, I think they are doing something, but it's not everybody is a member of obedience. Not everybody is an obedient movement. Obedient movement is just a section of a branch of P2B's support group. There are a lot of good support groups. There were the other support groups are running with ADC.
All right, and that is it for today on The Insight. We'll be speaking with Dr. Don Eze, who is a veteran journalist and a public affairs analyst. Thank you for coming today on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
All right, and to you, our viewers, remember that on The Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think. Join us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Till we come your way next time, I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing Nigerian Civil War, Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving, Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State with fresh fish, palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now moving over to the headlines. The presidency has dismissed claims that a photograph of President Bola Tinubu with Rwandan President Paul Kagame was AI generated, affirming the image's authenticity. The federal government has stated that tax policies are designed to ensure that low-income citizens gain the greatest benefit from government revenue. Bauchi State Government announced a special tourism discount aimed at civil servants and residents to promote local travel and cultural engagement. The National Emergency Management Agency has distributed relief materials to affected communities and urged urgent measures to address the growing threat of climate change. And now to the details of the news. The presidency has denied claims that a photograph of President Bola Tinubu with Rwandan President Paul Kagame in Paris was AI generated. The imagery circulated online with a grok watermark had sparked debate among social media users. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Temitope Ajayi, described the claims as a misinterpretation of facts. He confirmed that the picture is genuine. Ajayi added that the photographer used grok software only to improve the quality of the photo, not to create or alter the image. Nigeria's Revenue Service says the new tax reform favored the nation's most vulnerable citizens. The executive chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, stated that over 95% of low-income earners are now fully exempt from taxes under the framework. The exemptions target essential spending with value-added tax removed from food items and public transports. This aims to protect disposable income for those who spend most of their earnings on daily necessities. Adedeji stressed that the reforms ensure the wealthy shoulder the bulk of taxation while providing relief to the poor. He said the policy balances revenue collection with social equity. The House of Representatives has published the 4 newly signed Tax Reforms Act to prevent document tampering. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and Senate President Godswill Akpabio authorized the release after discrepancies were reported in circulating versions. Certified copies of the Nigerian Tax Act 2025, Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025, National Revenue Service Establishment Act 2025, and Joint Revenue Board Establishment Act 2025 are now publicly available. House spokesperson Akin Rotimi said the move restores confidence in the legislative process and ensures transparency, confirming that the laws are aligned with national fiscal policies. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike praised Rivers State as a model of political unity ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking in Ahuada West, he said the state has broken down partisan barriers, creating what he called the Renewed Hope Family Coalition. Wike described this coalition as a rainbow alliance, prioritizing national progress over party politics. He challenged over other states to emulate Rivers' example. The minister reaffirmed his support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid, stressing that the state's cooperative political environment will strengthen grassroots mobilization for the administration. NNPP national leader Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has stated he will only consider political measures for the 2027 election if guaranteed the presidential or vice presidential slot. He made the remarks at his Kano residence. Kwankwaso dismissed rumors that Governor Abba Yusuf plans to defect to the APC, warning that leaving the NNPP would betray the people. He said the party remains committed to national dominance and framed the 2027 election as a struggle between ordinary citizens and an ineffective political elite. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has announced a major cabinet reshuffle effective immediately. Professor Aneke Adeyemo was relieved as secretary to the state government and replaced by Professor Musibao Babatunde. Key ministry positions were also adjusted, including Barrister Temilolu Ashamo moving to budget and economic planning and Ademola Aderito promoted to commissioner designate. New appointments also include Abiodu Adedoja, a special advisor on energy security, and Kolowole Elijah Akamu, a senior special assistant on budget and economic planning, aimed at strengthening the administration's leadership. Rivers State Deputy Governor Professor Ngozi Maodu has officially joined the All Progressive Congress. She registered at Ward 8, Unit 11 in Akabuka Town, aligning with Governor Similai Fubara. Although saw 6 zones in the local government, promoting the APC's electronic registration drive and urging residents to register in large numbers. She called for continued support for President Bola Tinubu and Governor Fubara, highlighting unity as essential for political stability and future elections. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has gained over 5,000 new members in Abia State following the arrival of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. The influx was led by Bishop Emeka Nwamba and the Southeast Mandate for Good Governance. Nwamba cited alignment with the ADC's mission of social justice and people-oriented governance as his reasoning for joining. Abia State ADC Chairman Don Norman Obina hailed the expansion as a sign of the party's growing influence ahead of the 2027 elections. Governor Basi Otu of Cross River State has sworn in Honorable Ebung Odama Ebung as Executive Chairman of Bekwara Local Government. The ceremony follows the removal of the elected chairman, Ms. Teresa Kwaju Ushi. Ushi described her removal as illegal and alleged gender bias, disowning a resignation letter circulating online. The State House of Assembly, however, maintains that the removal followed due process, citing financial and administrative misconduct. The transition is expected to continue generating debate in the local government area. At least 20 villagers were abducted in Unguwa Dauda, Funtao local government area, Kastina State, during a bandit attack on Sunday night. 2 residents were seriously injured in the raid. The attackers struck under the cover of darkness in Duke Ward, heightening concerns over security despite previous peace agreements. Authorities are conducting search and rescue operations, while conflict analysts warn that civilian safety remains a major challenge in the region. The Bauchi state government has launched a new tourism discount policy to boost local participation. Civil servants will receive 30% off tourism services, while other residents enjoy a 15% discount. Mohammed Nasir Yusuf, Managing Director of the Bauchi State Tourism Development Corporation, said Traders Association will also benefit from special packages for hosting events at state tourism sites. Yusuf urged hotel owners to register with the Tourism Development Corporation to enhance security and ensure smooth operations. News across the country comes to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Presidency clarifies photo of Tinubu and Kagame, dismisses AI claims. Federal government says poor Nigerians gain most from government tax policies. Bauchi State offers tourism discount to civil servants and residents. And coming up shortly, NEMA distributes relief aid or this urgent climate action. We'll be right back. The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria in Kaduna has dismissed reports of a statewide strike, calling the rumors false and unverified. The union assured residents that health service across the state will continue without disruption. Union spokesperson Sani Saulawa credited the decision to the strong working relationship with Governor Uba Sani and praised the state's proactive health policies, including the consolidated health salary structure for workers. The union cited sector improvements such as the renovation of over 250 health facilities, the provision of a new ambulances, and the recruitment of nearly 2,000 health professionals. While some demands remain pending, the union emphasized that there are currently no plans for industrial action. Residents are urged to ignore calls for a walkout as the union commits to continued dialogue and industrial harmony to keep hospitals fully operational. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is urging flood-prone communities to prioritize disaster prevention over reactive relief. Director General Zubaida Umar highlighted the need for proper waste management and regular maintenance of drainage systems to mitigate the effects of recurring floods. During the relief distribution in Cross River State, NEMA provided essential supplies, including rice, gari, and vegetable oil to hundreds of displaced households in Ogoja and Yal local government areas. The aid aims to cushion victims against the long-term impacts of flooding and destroyed farmlands. Local leaders praised the federal government's intervention but stressed that sustained support is needed to restore roads and agriculture. NEMA maintains that early warning systems and community-led preparedness are key to breaking the cycle of seasonal disasters. Shock and anger have gripped Ohofia in Abia State after former student leader Igwe Akuma Akwo was assassinated by unknown gunmen. Akwo, the former President General of the National Association of Ohofia Students, had warned authorities of threats to his life just days before his death. Details from his social media post reveal he had faced prior attacks, including physical assaults and the burning of his vehicle, with perpetrators allegedly claiming protection from high-level officials. He also reported the disappearance of a 5-year-old cousin prior to his killing. The Abia State Police Command has deployed tactical teams with several suspects in custody. Human rights groups demand a full investigation into why Akwo's warnings were ignored, as traditional and youth leaders appeal for calm amid community unrest. Nigeria is deepening its economic and trade partnership with China, focusing on infrastructure and industrial cooperation for 2026. The move follows the 2025 elevation of relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership after talks between President Bola Tinubu and President Xi Jinping. Joseph Tebe, Global Liaison for the partnership confirmed that Nigeria will prioritize result-driven cooperation, technical exchange, and industrial capacity building while adhering to the One China principle. The strategy aims to support Nigerian development goals, including economic diversification and technology transfer. The federal government anticipates that the strengthened partnership will deliver sustainable infrastructure and human capital development. Officials say this collaboration is central to Nigeria's long-term goal of achieving a modernized, self-sustaining economy. Nigeria Revenue Service Chairman Zach Adedeji has placed security agencies on alert over planned protests against the nation's new tax laws. Adedeji warned that the demonstrations are driven by tax evaders seeking to frustrate fiscal reforms. He emphasized that the tax reforms primarily benefit low-income earners with exemptions on over 95% of the poor and stressed that VAT on essentials and transport has been removed. Adedeji also dismissed rumors of government monitoring of personal bank transfers as false. Despite calls for a National Day of Action by students, the NRS insists that the law cannot be overturned by protests. The chairman encouraged Nigerians to review the law and wait for the results of its digitalized implementation rather than resorting to street agitation. The Nigerian foreign exchange market opened 2026 with the British pound trading at 1,936.43 Nigerian naira on the official Nigerian foreign exchange market. Rates fluctuated slightly between 1,927. Rated slightly between 1,927.43 naira and 1,937.56 naira during early trading. In the power market, the pound is trading at a significant premium with buying rates at 2,150 naira and selling rates ranging from 2,210 naira to 2,235 naira in Lagos and Abuja. Analysts say the wide gap between official and parallel market rates reflects limited retail access to foreign currency and ongoing volatility in earlier liquidity demands. The Building Collapse Prevention Guard has warned that Lagos Island skyline faces severe fire and structural risk. Experts cited the recent blaze at Great Nigerian Insurance House, which partially collapsed, as evidence of systemic neglect in building maintenance and fire safety. Prominent buildings, including Financial Trust House, Independence House, and Bookshops House, have suffered similar incidents. Many high-rises have been converted into unauthorized warehouses with flammable materials, contributing to property losses exceeding 19 billion naira in a single year. The Guard is calling on Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to enforce strict safety compliance and modernize fire response systems. Experts warn that continued neglect could lead to catastrophic collapses, threatening lives, investment, and historic landmarks. The AFCON 2025 round of 16 is entering a decisive phase in Morocco. Host Morocco, along with Senegal, Mali, and Cameroon, have secured quarter-final spots. Morocco beat Tanzania 1-0, while Cameroon edged South Africa 2-1. Nigeria prepares to face Mozambique in a must-win survival match, while Egypt takes on Benin and defending champions Cote d'Ivoire meet Burkina Faso. Outcomes of these matches will determine the remaining quarter-finalists. The quarter-finals promise intense fixtures, including a West African derby between Mali and Senegal and a heavyweight clash between Cameroon and Morocco on January 9th. Nigeria must deliver a strong performance to stay in the tournament. Turkish giants Galatasaray are planning a major summer transfer overhaul, aiming to strengthen their European ambitions. The club's current January focus includes securing Manchester United midfielder Manuel Ugarte and a left winger. According to commentator August Altley, the project seeks to elevate the team's level beyond recent high-profile signings like Victor Osimhen and Leroy Sane. The club is moving quickly to finalize deals and lay the groundwork for a transformative summer. Although he stressed that rivals must act fast to counter Galatasaray's ambitious plans, signaling a new era for the Istanbul-based team on both domestic and international fronts. Mixed martial arts made its professional debut in Abia State during the Festival of Warriors in Umuahia. Fighters from across the region competed in multiple weight classes, marking the first professional MMA show in the Southeast. Dr. Barry Bernard, president of Akalaka Spirit of the Warrior MMA, highlighted the sport's role in youth empowerment and livelihood creation. MMA will make its amateur debut at the 2026 National Sports Festival in Enugu following the event's success. Standout performers included Casimir Jr. in the welterweight category and Enku Ekuta in the ladies' bantamweight class. Organizers praised Umuahia's improved security and infrastructure as ideal for sport, tourism, and athletes' development. Nollywood actor Lateef Adedimeji is urging Nigerians to normalize praying in the new year, highlighting the rising envy toward personal qualities over material wealth. Reflecting on his own career, Adedimeji said success comes through perseverance and spiritual grounding. He shared that critics once predicted he would fail, but persistence transformed him from a backstage assistant to a leading actor in the Yoruba film industry. His message emphasizes guarding personal peace and growth through prayer, suggesting that spiritual focus is vital in navigating modern social pressures and achieving long-term success. Actress Anita Joseph celebrated her birthday by unveiling a bold short hair transformation, signaling a season of personal renewal after her high-profile divorce from MC Fish. Reflecting on past challenges, including personal losses and domestic turbulence, she emphasized focusing on faith, grace, and self-growth. Joseph described herself as still standing, believing, and becoming, prioritizing healing over external distractions. She also clarified her relationship status, stating she is single and setting clear boundaries. Her new look and mindset mark a deliberate step towards self-love and spiritual strength as she enters 2026. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The presidency has dismissed claims that a photograph of President Bola Tinubu with Rwandan President Paul Kagame was AI-generated, affirming its authenticity. The federal government states that tax policies are structured to ensure low-income citizens derive the greatest advantage from government revenue. The Bauchi state government has announced special tourism discounts for civil servants and residents to encourage local travel and cultural engagement. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has delivered relief materials to affected communities while calling for urgent measures to tackle climate change impacts. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, or Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year would depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product (GDP) growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlights a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending, aligned with long-term development priorities, is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector should invest in innovation and industrial growth, and citizens are encouraged to develop skills, embrace entrepreneurship, and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development. Nigeria's future will depend not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian. Embrace entrepreneurship and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development. Nigeria's future will depend not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to entertainment segment here at Aneke TV. It's your one and only Commission of Enjoyment, and I'm here to bring you the best of what's going on in the world of entertainment. Well, I'm telling you that today is Monday, and you know what we do on Monday? Motivation Monday, money making Monday. Monday is Monday, and it's money making Monday, because what we do on Monday is to bring you what it means, especially in the world of finances, what is happening, so that by Friday we can now do thank God it's Friday, and then wrap up the weekend. Also telling you that today is the 5th day of the new year. Well, new year just be do like this, and we are already on the 5th day. I'm not coming for this thing, but at the end I got banner that this 2026 Noga end very well. I want to ask you, while you were celebrating your Christmas and you were celebrating other events, while you were just focused on that, people were just getting married everywhere. And not just that people were getting married, people were launching their businesses, people were opening a lot of things. While the tax matter was going on also, people were buying knockouts and were blowing bangers. And other people were pounding banga. Well, yeah, I needed a man at Christmas, and it happened. It's happening live and direct. I want to show you a video of something that happened over the weekend. And in this video, this was a lady who you guys know about, the guy, the greatest of all, the greatest the greatest over the weekend. This man had to give the daughter to marriage. This man had to, I want to show you a video. I won't mention his name. You have to now pick that video and try and find who he is. When we come back, I'm going to show you, I'm going to tell you who this man's name. You know him already. He is one of the legends who has played for Nigeria, and he has registered and made a mark, something very wonderful. And he just had to do this. You know, in my own understanding, I was thinking at some point, well, it's just me being overrating my mind, because I was thinking, is it not this person? Has he, given birth to? Did he give birth to a child that is up to this kind of age? That now can get married. But I was like, what is really going on there? Omo, I'm going to show you this guy, and when I show you, you will see who the person I'm talking about is. Let me show you. He has no he has not he has no many people say, oh, Wizkid has no bad song, but I'm going to tell you that this guy is a superstar that we have not even seen at all. He is a superstar that we have not even seen at all, making him one of the most decorated artists that you ever find in the music industry. And while talking about Wizkid, we're going to talk about Michael Jackson too. Michael Jackson is also one of its kind, one of the baddest in not just the music, but also baddest in doings. Of course, Michael Jackson died many years ago, but it is said that he has just nobody so far, because I'm telling you these things because an argument came up the other day, and there were a lot of comparison saying between Wizkid, between this kid, between that kid, who is this person, between this kid. They were saying, they were trying to compare Michael Jackson with what's his name, with Beyonce. They were trying to compare Michael Jackson with a lot of other people. Now, I was telling them that does not really happen anywhere in the world, because Michael Jackson is the world's most awarded artist. And I'm telling you that Wizkid is African best-selling artist with over 81 million units so far. And Michael Jackson is the world's best solo artist with 340 million album units. Now moving over in that segment of entertainment, talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo is the world's most famous person with 1 billion social media followers. World most famous person with 1 billion social media followers. And looking at this thing now, I want to tell you something. What do you think about these stats? Because they will tell you that you don't bring in the conversation of Michael Jackson, where this person, where Beyonce is. You don't bring in that conversation. And some people a few years ago started drinking what I don't know what they are drinking. They were comparing Michael Jackson with Beyonce. And I don't know, you that is watching me, who is the greatest of all time so far. Now, I don't even want to talk about when it comes to achievement, because they are not on the list. Talking about that entertainment, you also talk about it that in social media, we have Cristiano Ronaldo as the most followed sportsman ever. Now, we're talking about the highest artist who has been followed in this world as a woman. We're talking about Selena Gomez. Now, all these people, if Michael Jackson was living in this era, who do you think would be the best? Who do you think would be the greatest of all these things? You used to say the greatest, the greatest, but this guy I'm telling you about is nobody to go away with. Is nobody to do away with. That even till now, let me tell you something. A report came out a few years ago, and do you know what happened in that report? That the monkey, the pet that Michael Jackson kept, is living large. More than, I won't say this, but let me just, because if the Rashford of Aneke TV was here, she would have cried. Because these are the kind of news that used to touch her heart. She will now start crying, and tears will now start drooling from. She will now put her head on my shoulder, and then her tears will now start drooling on my shirt. She will now start asking, why did they not give that to the poor? Why did they not give that to the? That's what she will start asking. But I'm telling you that a monkey that was a pet for Michael Jackson is eating more money than some monkeys somewhere. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. You know what we do in this entertainment segment is that we bring you the best of gossip, news, and entertainment. And the datafo and the gist where they with them is what will also bring your way. Well, I want to tell you something. So what do you think this year we go into? What are the plans are you making to, put your life together, especially in the way that you listen? Let me say this. I didn't want to say it, but let me say it. See, you see this 2026. Make sure you go out. Make sure you go out. Make sure you always go out. There's a reason why I'm telling you. Don't be indoors a lot. The thing you are looking for in your life is not indoor. In fact, you know your room. You know where you stay. You know what's happening. And you always, I'm talking to young people, of course, because don't always go and say, oh, some people that have bachelor's degree in disappointment. So, oh, sorry, I could not make it. Oh, sorry, I could not make it. Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened. Oh, sorry, life. Don't do that this year. Always go out. Of course, be careful while going out, but always go out. Now, I want to bring this thing to you. What are your plans for 2026? What are the things you want to add to your plans that are ongoing? Now, I wanted to show you a video that is so beautiful about this lady who was getting married, who was about to get married. Let me just tell you the story. She was about to get married, and as she was trying to, finesse and fantasize and do all those things, she was planning her wedding, of course. A lot was already going on with her. Now, something happened. Her brother came in all the way from US to surprise her, and she did not even know. As the brother came in to surprise her, she was like, immediately she saw the brother, it was as if the whole world. Now, that was the first time of me hearing that somebody in Nigeria, in the US, a guy especially, not a lady now, is handling a salon in the US. I didn't know. Because I was thinking, the idea they have sold us about these things is that, oh, when you are going there, it's just to, there's this white collar job waiting for you. There's this, life at California. You guys know California, life at California waiting for you. I didn't know that such a thing could happen, that somebody could go there and be doing salon. Well, guys know what I'm doing next. Well, what I'm doing next is that I'm doing what I'm doing next. And when this guy came in from all the way from California, guess what happened? This lady broke into tears, because this thing I'm telling you, you're expecting a bad news. No bad news these days, because we have said that as moving forward, we only be bringing you the best of the news, because we want to focus our energy on what lasts and what is making what sense. Now, moving on from that, what type of entertainment, a lot of has happened over the weekend. And you guys know this guy Katefe. Katefe has been a sensation. Katefe linked up with Pela just over the weekend. And Katefe with Pela, with Kolu and the other madmen that are in their cubicle, they had these guys are streamers. I hope you know what a streamer is. The other day I was asking Rashford. Rashford was trying to score goals about streamers. They said, no, don't score a screamer. Goals are scream. If you score a goal, that is wonderful, a screamer. But streamers are different from screamers. Now, I was telling her that streamers are actually those people who just go live, just lifestyle people, just like when we had that moment of our time where we had Kim catching up with Kim Kardashians. Now we have these particular guys in Nigeria who are streamers. They are very, very talented, and they are talented in craziness, whatever you could call that. This guy Pella yesterday linked up with Katefe, and watching these two guys, talking, having conversations, and looking at how far Katefe has come this 2025, I will tell you for a fact that whatever you do, you have to really take it very serious. Whether it's making sense or not, you just have to believe in yourself and drive. You have to be a madman for yourself. You don't need a lot of people to call you madman. Just be the madman first yourself, then every other thing will align. I'm telling you this, that yesterday these guys linked up, and so far we have had a lot of draggings about people that are streaming. And I'm telling you, in the coming year, a lot of Nigerians will go into streaming. A lot of Nigerians will go into Twitch. We go into that platform where they stream. All you just do is to stream and show your lifestyle, invite guys to come and do things. Now, a question was raised yesterday. Why do you think it is only men that are interested in streaming? I'm asking you out there, why do you think it's only men, it's only guys that are interested in streaming? And I have an answer for you, because what I do here is to educate you too. In entertainment, I educate you too, and that's one of the things I do. Streaming, I will tell you that if it is not let's say lifestyle, if it is not vlog, of course, if it is not other things that people do, I don't think there's something about streaming that will make a lot of sense. Now, when people are so stereotyped, we have a lot of things that people are already curated, having their own way, having their own, what they want to do. Now, when you introduce streaming into the platform, especially for entertainers, you would see that streaming helps to reduce the ease and the stress of creating a lot of contents. Now, what it means is that why do men want to follow or watch streamers? Not because of how funny they are, no. It's just because of how cool, we just created something out of nothing. We don't want that noise that comes with gossip, so we just want to follow this. Let me give you, for instance, I know that you that is watching me out there, I've been thinking about what I'm saying. I'm talking about streamers. Now let me tell you something interesting. How do you think football started? That men will be kicking around some things around, and before you know it, you say go ball. We'll now be having Aguero moments. No, how do you think all this thing started? It started with just making something cool out of uncool stuffs. I think one of these days I'm going to bring you cool stuffs out of uncool stuffs, and it's going to be one of the segments of our entertainment program. Cool stuffs out of uncool stuffs. Why do you think men introduce football?
And then you now notice that they are cooking these things around. This person is moving this, that place. You have wingers, and over time the game developed and is now a world-class sensation that we are having now. That is why men. That is why men. That is why men are men. That is why men are men. We find interest in what is not cool. For instance, someone said that he doesn't mind parking at a filling station. Doing what? What is he doing there? What will he be doing there? Just to be counting the cars that come to get fuel. And not just counting the cars that get fuel, but also imagining and making an estimate of the time they have spent to refuel their car. So what it means is that he will be looking at each car that comes. If the car is being attended to faster, that means he didn't take up to a lot of fuel. But if a car it stays up to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, that means the guy wants to full his tank. And that could be cool to me, and that could be cool to every other person. I want to tell you something again. Many times we want to be so fashioned with what we don't know. For me, I think this life is not just being in a stereotype manner, because in entertainment, looking at what we have this year, Kataefe, Kolu, and other streamers in Nigeria has really made a mark. Now, I want to bring you the best news that is coming from this guy, and I want to tell you that from whatever that has been a failure for you, you can turn it around. I'm announcing to you that Pella has celebrated his 14 million TikTok followers in a grand style. Pella so far is now a million view packer over there at TikTok, and I wanted to ring the golden bell, but I will not do it today. I will do it tomorrow, because Pella is a sensation. Pella is actually a sensation. You know, last 2 weeks, he had a breakup issue where he was on a live stream that he titled R.I.P. Pella. Somebody that wants to die, but he's wearing seat belts. I don't know what that means. Now, just yesterday, he celebrated 14 million followers on TikTok. Man is just, boy is just, I'll call him boy, of course. Boy is just massive, doing well. And over the weekend, Katife, I actually did not know what happened to me, because on Friday, I think, I just wanted to rest. But I just saw a notification from Katife that he's going on his live stream. Not that he invited me, of course, but no. So I just had to join. And joining that live stream, he was waiting for DDG. You guys know the DDG. DDG is an American streamer. And DDG joined in that live stream. DDG came down to Nigeria and has been having a good time in Nigeria. DDG said that that you guys don't know that Nigeria is one of the best places to be, because a lot of rubbishes that he has heard, he came by himself and he's confirming that all those rubbish are not true. How can you tell me that a country like Nigeria is not good for hospitality while the whole world was moving? Do you know that this December the whole world moved around Lagos and Enugu? I hope you know. The whole world of entertainment moved around Lagos and Enugu. Ghana now tried to bring in the spies by trying to finesse, trying to genius and all that things. But I'm telling you that the whole world moved around Enugu. Enugu last month, by December 14th, 21, and the rest, we had Runtown in Enugu, we had Fino in Enugu, we had Kola Boy in Enugu. In fact, over the weekend, just on Saturday, we had Aguero Banks in Enugu, in Opanko, his village. Guys, Enugu is the hub of entertainment, and that is why I'm here to bring you the best of these things. And also, not talking about that enough, I'm talking about Lagos too. Lagos became the hub of entertainment in this dirty December. And just to wrap up this show, I want to tell you something. Somebody said, you guys will know him if I said this. He said that this year, that the theme of this year, that this is the year of, while other people were saying fruitfulness, this one, that one, that one. Do you know what he said? He said that this year is the year of Dabush Kabash. A mini silence for Dabush Kabash people. Please, no mini silence, just 2 minutes, 2 seconds silence. Because if you are part of the Dabush Kabash people, I don't know what you are doing. because your guy have said is a year of Dabush Kabash. Well, it is a year of Dabush Kabash. I don't know what Dabush Kabash is, because that period we had Dabush Kabash, we had Santos Sanitoria, we had Leface Ferre Lamande. Leface Ferre Lamande. Wait, let me get it. Leface Ferre. Then we have Sepre Lamande. We have a lot of other. We have Gandusa. Now this year is the year of Dabush Kabash. There are powers that we have not touched, and we're going to touch these powers tomorrow. And here in the entertainment segment, I'm going to show you more visuals tomorrow. I'm going to show you what happened over the weekend, how people have been surprised. But I want to ask you one question before I leave the studio. What do you think 2026? How are you feeling about the year? What is your feeling about? Have you started your goals? Are you making the progress? What is going on with you? Are you happy? Are you excited? Well, my name is not Deborah Wakoba, because I am myself, and I'm the Commissioner of Enjoyment. What I do for a living is to commission enjoyment from the State Ministry of Ihoma. There's nothing else I do for a living. So if you're hungry, go out there and get food, get whatever you want to get. Tell them it is the Commission of Enjoyment, and I'm going to give you anything you want. Just put a call to me, and I'm the man. We'll see you same time, same station. Tomorrow, I'm going to give you the best of entertainment and the bedu that comes with it. Have a nice day and have a wonderful afternoon. Chai.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hey everyone, we hit the street today to ask Nigerians a bold question.
Definitely, I'll leave, because this country is not favoring anybody. The economy is hard, the youths are unemployed, it's very hard to stay in Nigeria. You understand? I would prefer to go to a better country where I can make a lot of money and probably come back to see my family. I'll probably take them with me. You understand? So generally, the country is hard. We have better countries than Nigeria, so I would prefer to stay there than to stay here if I have the opportunity. The only thing I have to say to them is they are all looking for greener pastures. But one thing is, no matter how far you go, home is still home. You still remember your roots. You understand? If you make that money, you still come back. That's what I have to tell them. Yeah, you don't forget your home, where you're from. Yes. No matter how far you go.
ASAP, like instant. Yeah, let's say you like the country. Wait, you like the country, but me, even if not Ghana, maybe they go. If I have a chance to leave Nigeria, I'll leave Nigeria. My country, I think in a society we do. I'll leave Nigeria, that's me. I'll leave Nigeria if I have a chance to. Leave this country for better. To me, the country is no longer safe for us, so I have to leave the country and find a better life. Even if, to me, Ghana safe now is now better than, but all the same, Nigeria is still one of the greatest countries. But to me to you, or me to the audience out there, Nigeria is no more a country you should stay. If you have money, just leave the country.
I will definitely leave. I won't stay. Since I graduated, I've been looking for work. I've not gotten it, so why will I stay here? I have the best certificate to stay in Nigeria, but I'm not using it for anything. So I would rather go in a country that I will make use of it.
I'll leave because I've been in Nigeria all my life, right from cradle. And also, I would love to like breathe in new fresh air. Yes, so that, and also expose myself to learning things.
No, I wouldn't be leaving the country. Because if you leave the country, who is going to restructure the country? It doesn't make sense you leaving the country. You need to like develop your own country first before you start going to any other country to go and develop for them. So we need to work on ourselves first. You get me?
Because I don't know, nothing is really happening in Nigeria. When it comes to education, education is really fucked up in Nigeria. It's not really making sense. And a whole lot you get, and it's not like other countries are better than Nigeria, but when you look at the benefit and some things that are happening in Nigeria, to me, I will leave. I don't know about any other person. You get the security aspect. Security in Nigeria is very poor. You get security aspect in Nigeria is very, very poor. Then educational aspect is really fucked up. And employment too. Is not, you finish school, there's nothing like, you're not seeing any employment, you get. So it's not really making sense.
Why not? If I have the opportunity, I can leave and go to a better country. So where my life is secure, I'm sure that my life is secure and my family. Because here in this country now, no security, poverty, as in no light, no water. So it's like someone living in hellfire. This country is also because of God's grace here are living.
Ha! Leave this country. I won't leave my country for anybody. I will not leave my country, Nigeria, for anybody. You want to know why? No place like home. No place like them. They that are house there, they are not even comfortable. They are not, because you see that anytime they come around, you see how happy they are. If they remember that they'll be traveling back, they'll be so depressed. So no place like home. The advice is that everybody should stay back and work on this country. It's all about value. It's all about value. Value what you have. If it's akara you are frying, value it. You don't leave your home for another person to repair it. If all of us leave, they are just there making us, taking advantage of us. Nigeria is great. We have everything. They are even jealous of us. So they should sit back and arrange, prepare their country for a better Nigeria. It's in our hand. Nobody will do it for us.
Wow, so many different takes, so many stories. What's your choice? Stay or go? Drop your answer in the comment section. Igwagu Mmesoma, Aneke TV.
As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year would depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product GDP growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlight a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending, aligned with long-term development priorities, is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector should invest in innovation and industrial growth, and citizens are encouraged to develop skills, embrace entrepreneurship, and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development. Nigeria's future will depend not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
You're welcome to today's edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV in southeast of Nigeria. And our topic for today is restructuring Nigeria and the possible outcome or possible consequences. Nigeria has been a nation that's gone through a lot of problems, eliciting a lot of, discussions from various quarters. Some insisting that Nigeria requires some kind of restructuring, while some others says Nigeria is good the way it is. But we can see that the situation in Nigeria has not helped matters. We have so many issues: security issues, economic issues, social issues, and all the rest of them. And as it is, one has to now think that some discourse has to come into play in ensuring that Nigeria moves forward. And so here on Aneke TV, we are discussing on Arena, restructuring Nigeria, and of course the possible outcome. And with me in the studio to discuss this issue is an erudite scholar, the Vice President of Alibo Development Foundation. Of course, also the Secretary Igbo Leaders of Thought is a man that has lent his voice to various issues of national discourse. May I welcome you, Professor Jesse Chukwokolo, to the studio.
Thank you. Viewers, we are here today and this is a very critical issue. Please lend us your voices, your ears, so that we can discuss.
So, for us to move forward, I want to ask you, Prof, restructuring Nigeria as it is. Could you please possibly give an overview of what it is to restructure Nigeria, given the situation that the Nigerian polity has been over the years?
Thank you. Wow. We have had a checkered history as a nation state, and based on that, there are various experimentations people have tried to. So there are various experimentations people have tried to subject the country to. And you see, the fight to decolonize Nigeria and get independence ended. And when it ended, the very first 5 years were golden years where people practiced regionalism. And the level of regionalism gave independence to a lot of people until a certain level of crisis came, on board. And when that crisis came, the military took over. When the military took over, there was something the military thought was right. And that was what could have ended the ill-fated genocide against Eastern Nigeria. That was the Aburi Accord. The Aburi Accord contained a very sensitive solution to solving the problems that were there at the time. So since that time up till now, there has been clamor for how the best kind of constitution. In 1979, the presidential system came on board to replace the parliamentary system we had before. Now we have tried, and people are saying this presidential system is too expensive, it is not helping matters. So the main challenge now is, what is the restructuring template that people, because everybody say, oh, we agreed we should restructure, but the problem now is restructure to what? That's the major thing, that the problem that we have now.
And that's exactly where I am coming to. From your idea about restructuring, how would you want the structure go? How would you want the structure in general go? We are talking about the governmental system.
Well, recently I was a guest of Ndibo in the National Assembly under the aegis of Igbo Leaders of Thought. I went, I visited them, I gave them what we call our own templates for restructuring. And it was something we took quite a long time to arrive at. We had a very serious debate, and we stayed for quite some days tinkering on the thing, and we arrived at that. What we are thinking squarely is that if you are restructuring Nigeria, there are certain fundamental things that must be there. One, for we, Ndibo, we don't think that it is important that you balkanize us. Igbo people are in at least 13 states in Nigeria, but only 5. It's recently that Anioma has accepted that they are part of us, and then the Rivers people, some are saying they are not part of us, some are saying they are part of us. But you see, we are saying fundamentally that we should restructure Nigeria in a way that ethnic nationalities will be together. The Yoruba people are doing it. The entire Yoruba people in Kogi, Wara, and the Sikhs, even some part of them that are in Edo, all of them are coming together. So because one fundamental thing is that when all of us, all the ethnic or tribes are together, you will see that they will have that sense of belonging, sense of oneness, and they will be able to discuss the issues concerning them. That's one. The second one is that in terms of security, we believe strongly that if we restructure in such a way that we have state police, who the hell is that person that will come to your place and be fighting you? People are aware that why this banditry is ongoing is because it is only at the national that security happens. I recall when this thing happened at Nimbo. It was learned that the then governor of the state called the police. The police couldn't work because they were not answerable to him. So he tried to link up the national, and it didn't happen as quick as he thought. But supposing he was the chief security officer, he would give orders. He would have even known how to protect his people. So we will do it in such a way that it will happen to that point. Then again, we are thinking also that the army has to be restructured in such a way that the military high command will be populated by the different regions in equal basis. And then when we are talking of the economic restructuring, we are talking of people should manage their resources in such a way that you contribute certain agreed percentage to the center. And if you do that, people will develop at their pace the way people were developing. While I was doing my PhD research, I saw, in fact, that Michigan State University said that eastern region of Nigeria was the fastest developing economy between 1953 and 1966. Fastest developing economy. What happened?
In West Africa?
In the whole world. That was what they said. It's there. The evidence is there.
And today?
And today Nigeria has happened to us, and we cannot develop. But if people had had a certain level of autonomy, you decide to develop at the pace that you want. So this is what we are clamoring for. There are some people who are some regions who are not ready. They are just parasites. Anything, they just what we get now. Look at the way things are. The oil that was found in Eastern region, that Eastern region was given to Nigeria, or is still given to Nigeria, they are using it for the whole country. But the solid minerals in the north, they are using it individually. That's the truth. So the point I'm making is that if we have that level of restructuring, there are some other details to it. But this is the
we will come to the state policy you mentioned earlier, but then is it as a result of the present constitutional provisions that the oil goes to everybody while the solid minerals in the north are being harnessed by the states where they are domiciled? So is it as a result of the laws? The laws, is there any form of dichotomy as to minerals, the minerals that are deposited in Nigeria? And then dichotomy as to who owns it, and then dichotomy as to be owned by the federating units, and the ones that will be owned by the country as a whole?
No, by law, there's no dichotomy. But by practice, there is. You see, Nigeria is a country where um, there are levels, variations of laws operating for individuals. If you see, we all are watching where banditry takes place the way it does, and governors, local government chairmen will go up there and negotiate, attend the weddings of the children of those bandits, give them money. They will be televised, we see them. But if people from eastern region, or what we people call southeast, I don't believe in that. If it happens here, people just stand up one day with flags to say we are not happy the way we are being marginalized. You will see the full wrath of the armed forces, Operator Python Dance, Operator Crocodile Smile, all those kinds. They will come and kill a lot of people, and that's where we are today. That bandits, a bandit convicted was in prison for about 12 years, whereas Kano, who has no evidence that he killed anybody except his radio broadcast, was in prison for life. And the judge was saying he had mercy because he would have killed him. I mean,
giving a death sentence.
Giving a death sentence, and that kind of thing. So what I'm saying is that there are two laws operating in Nigeria. Once it comes to us from down here, it is for everybody.
The law becomes stringent.
But once it comes to the other side,
so
you know what it is. So this is the problem. It's not that the law is clear that all the minerals are owned by the federal. But
so
when it comes to the solid minerals in the north, the states and some powerful individuals will be cooperating on it. That's the point. And that's the fact.
So, in effect, you are saying that there is marginalization, and they may have caused the agitations. Because when you talk about agitations, we have agitations down here. You said you don't believe in Southeast, but you still believe there had been agitation about Biafra.
Marginalization of Ndibo. I like to use the word Ndibo as against Southeast.
Okay.
Because
based on this marginalization, there's been this clamor either for restructuring or for self-actualization. So which one are the Ndibo, aligned to? Is it for the restructuring for an inclusive government in Nigeria, or self-actualization, as it may be? Because some people seem to be asking for a referendum for some people to actually go in for some ethnic nations.
So when you look at this thing very well, I have sat down to look at it, and I am convinced that the issue is not Igbo people live everywhere in Nigeria. They are not just looking for their own country, just looking for a separate nation. No. The level of marginalization is saying it's either we belong here or you leave us to save on our own. I think that's what the issue is. So if Nigeria turns out now and decides on its own to say, well, let's restructure in a way that the Igbo man will be part of it. Look at the appointments under Tinubu. Look at the appointments under Buhari. The Igbo man had no place under Buhari in the national security architecture. Yet, the Igbo man lives in every part of the country in a way that after the indigenous people, they become the next. Some places they compete with the indigenous people, yet they will not be part of the security architecture, taking care of them. I think that was why people felt that the level of marginalization was too much, that some young people started tinkering on, look, to attempt Nigeria. But I personally feel that if Nigeria would come a round table
to sit down and discuss and implement the laws. We have these federal character laws. But who operates them? Who implement? Anybody who comes and becomes president starts thinking, look at Nibu, we have 5 ministers. But one state in the southwest has 4 states. And when you think of the grade, the grade level, you see that the ministries were holding. It's just the only one that is grade A ministries works that Omar is holding. Otherwise, we have nothing. So the point I'm making is that I believe strongly that it is the unacceptable level of marginalization that is making people say, no, we can't continue. We are not second-class people. And look at what is going on in Lagos. We have people, I will come, buy land, build, develop, even squirrels, develop, even inside ocean. You will go and bring it out and sell, we will develop. You will suddenly want to chase away the people. It's not done anywhere in the world. People have properties all over the world. And there's no other place they are dealing with us the way they are doing in Nigeria, especially in Lagos or Tinubu. Because Tinubu started all these things, and we know it. So the point, okay, look at down here, there was a time when we used to have Eastern ports. Today we don't. It's not as if the facilities are damaged. No, they are there. But state policies and implementations made it that you must bring your goods from Lagos. And who are those people importing? 80% of importations are done by Igbo. Yeah, but I think they are trying to open up another one port down the Onitsha axis presently. If you look at that, what is the forum? If you see when they were doing the second Niger bridge, Buhari, People's Fleet did the level to below that big ships cannot pass through that place. And we were clamoring that time, we never cared. So these are systemic problems of marginalization. The things can never, before people were talking about Christian genocide, they say they were denying it until the American people came here secretly, did their investigation, journalists, and went back and said, look, it is something. People started, they were saying banditry was just, it's a common, it's a normal thing that is happening. But immediately they said they agreed there's banditry, but it is not against the Christians. You see? So these are the challenges, denials of facts of what is going on. So for me, the solution is simple, and they have implications as we are talking. If we don't restructure.
Okay. Prof, you talked about state police earlier. That if we had state police, that is, you're advocating for state police anyway, yes, from your submission. That if we do have state police, that the chances are that we'll better handle insecurity. Yes. But my question is, we have debated on issues of state police all along. Some schools of thought say Nigeria is not ripe to have state police. That the CEOs, when I say CEOs, I understand the governors. The CEOs of the states will use same as a tool for intimidation and politics to silence political enemies. That it will be difficult for this state police to function effectively and, of course, do the rightful things that have been created for. So, what is your opinion about this? Because there are diverse opinions about if the state police, and beyond that, we talk about policing. How much is police paid in Nigeria? Who funds it? The state governors with the kind of hues and cries as to limited resources, how do they fund it? And if you want the police not to be corrupt, just like the inherent situation in Nigeria, you have to pay them well, you have to insure them, you have to also provide all the necessary equipment for effective policing. So
Do we have all these things in place? And have you considered all these things before you advocated for state police?
I have. You see, at the federal level, they're not using the thing to deal with their opponents. It's a normal thing that where human beings are, that something that should have been honestly very good, sometimes people use them negatively. But you can make a law that gives somebody extreme liberty. That's why people, for somebody like me, I feel strongly that if we have state policy, what we will do is to also have a caveat on how to manage the CEOs, so that we will be able to get the thing in a way that will not deal with anybody. For instance, now I've checked a lot of things concerning that. If you a lot of the commissioner in Enugu here is not Igbo. I knew when the Igbo commissioner was here, and there were so many things that happened that he was able to stop. So what he did at the time, he knew the terrain. The other person may not know. That's one. The other day I read on the social media where they accuse a police person when they send them down here from the north, they say, well, nonchalance, it's not their place. But you see, if I'm a commissioner of police and I come to Southeast and I'm Igbo, that's where I will feel to deal with any situation, because I will have personal stake. I can't come here, I don't know who may be killed, whether it's my brother or relation or sister, anything. That's one. The other one is that you talked about funding. If we restructure, economic restructuring, there's no state in the world that they have enough money to deal with their issues. But if people want to sincerely run the state, there will be enough money to fund police. Police is also even being funded properly now. The only issue is that those who are managing them, the funds, are not doing the thing well. If you give them all the vehicles and all the things you are giving, and once in a while you hear of the stories where you want to do some things and bring out money, the big men in the police force will put the money in their pockets and force the men in the ranks and file to go and do those things without. I've seen some police people beg me on the road to subsidize for fuel for them. And sometimes I will try to ask, I will try to inquire to be sure that they are not, you see that they don't have fuel in their car. You may help. I've helped at least twice on the highways when I got convinced that, look, these people don't have fuel. Sometimes you see vehicles that they should be using to chase robbers. The vehicles will be dilapidated. So how do you think that one is coming from? It's about the value system that the people have. So there will be need for re-evaluation, transvaluation of our values, because if we don't have that, bring any kind of money and give to these people who have decided to be corrupt, they will still be like that. So two things will help us. We will change our values and we have economic restructuring, so that governors will generate funds from what is the minerals in their environment. And I think any state that wants to come should be created out of viability, so that you'll be able to take care of these things that you need to be done. That's my own take.
And are they considering the creation of states? Are they considering the viability of environments, the places for the creation of the states? Or are they banking on just the clamor by some people for creation of states? Because the balkanization of the Nigerian nation into fragment units called states, which are federating units, and the very big presidential system that is very difficult in financing. Has it not actually made the situation worse? I think we should be thinking. Of restructuring to the earlier parliamentary system of government that is within manageable conditions, like you earlier said, so that the center will be made to be more unattractive, kind of.
That's exactly what we are thinking. When you make the
so
center unattractive,
so
people don't waste their time.
So-
as we are doing.
so-
But let me tell you also, this state creation, if you look at what is going on, the first basic instinct we have is that other people have 7 in their zones, the other 6, and we have 5. That there must be equity first of all. If you say you are not marginalizing us, why is it going that way? If you are saying you are not marginalizing us, why is it that it has come to the turn of the so-called Southeast to produce a president, and you people refuse, and people started talking about it is their turn? I mean, it's whether anybody likes it or not, it is a recipe for agitation. And for me, if those things are not properly addressed, the agitation will continue. Therefore, like you have said, have become an ideology. I recall in October I went to give lectures in a keynote lecture in Benue State University, now Father Adasui in Dasi, and I saw people reacting regarding Biafra as a principle of justice and equity. I was surprised. Some people were responding, to my paper, and they used Biafra in the sense of getting national justice and equity. And they say, no, it's not about the Biafra of geography. It's not about the Biafra of equity, national justice. I was like, I learned that one, because if we don't do these things the way we are supposed to do them, I can tell you that this agitation will continue. Even if you kill everybody here, the other people who will come, the condition will also throw the agitation up. That is it. So, and there are so many things we need to discuss about restructuring, but
we are going to discuss about it. But let us pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our discussion on our topic, restructuring Nigeria and the possible outcome. We are here at Aneke TV, and the program is Arena. My guest is still here, and I am still your anchor, Rex Arum. Please stay tuned. Don't touch the dial.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. Our program is Arena, Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guest is still here, Professor J.C. Chukwuokolo. The prof was talking about the many other ideas about getting Nigeria restructured. And of course, we know the prof that each time he opens his mouth, he writes a book, a very big book. A professor of good standing, professor of professors, is down, graduating PhD holders who are also going to be professors someday. Prof, so what are the other possible things that has to be included in restructuring Nigeria? Because after this, we will still come to talk extensively on the structure of security outside what we did in police. You talked about the army and the federal character, you know, the armed forces and the federal character and all of that. We still see a lot of lapses. We'll still come back to that. But in the area of economic restructuring, what do we have? We had earlier you had earlier made submissions on the deposits, the mineral deposits in Nigeria, and how it's being managed, and how it has not been fair, how marginalization has caved in, but you have not said exactly what should be done for Nigerians to begin to enjoy those things. So what do we do economically and to ensure that everything that belongs to Nigeria belongs to Nigeria, and that it should not be hijacked or stolen, or if you know the issues should not be influenced in such a way that some people will be crying foul?
Rex, I'm challenged because we must go back to the roots. By my training, I am trained to look at solutions from the root cause. If we look at the problem from the roots, one basic thing we must do is to sit down and renegotiate with Britain. Britain bought Nigeria from the Tubman Gold years Royal Niger Company at a price £853,000 in 1899. Now, I want us to see the perspective why it is. So I have a company, both of us, we have a company, and this company we put CEOs that will be doing things in the way we like, and board members. So in this scenario, I look at Britain as the owners of Nigeria, and they are in the board. Our presidents are the CEOs. They appoint. And so, if we do not go and renegotiate with them, they won't get the best of people who can manage the thing. Rather, the best of those who can manage the business they have here will be the people who will kowtow for them. Unfortunately, those who will place Nigeria in the pedestal we're expecting it may not be ready to kowtow for Britain. So how do you become chief CEO in the first instance? Whether anybody likes it or not, you can't become president of Nigeria without the influence of Britain. And what are the things Britain consider? What are their considerations? These are very important. So I said we must get to the roots. So if we get to the root, we might come back together and start discussing with them. Oh, you bought this thing. Some people have said that they bought it and felt that from amalgamation that it will be 100 years in the first instance before people will renegotiate. So there must be concerted efforts, because all the people who are pretending to be doing this restructuring, like Tinubu, he rode on that mantra to become president. You know, all the things I've been doing in the Aneke era and all the progressive era, he rode on the point that if he comes, he will restructure Nigeria and get it better. People thought he would do it. It's possible he had that in mind, but once you come on board, the question becomes, how do I want you to do my company? So I think we will get back to that point and discuss with those who feel and own Nigeria as a business enterprise.
So in effect, you are trying to say there are still influences of our colonial masters on the goings on in Nigeria.
Very, very.
Otherwise, why is it that if you want to become president, you go first of all to Chatham House to get their blessing? Have you ever seen anybody who wants to be president who doesn't go to Chatham House to get their, and they will be interested, and they will look at it, assess you there, and once they finish that assessment, you will already know whether you win or not. And that's why the kind of sham that happened in 2023 presidential election will happen, and nobody will say anything.
So are you saying that the clamor, you know, the hues and cry about fraud in our electoral system is not instrumental to those things you are, you know, alluding to the Chatham House?
I am also somebody who feel that you need to wangle your way out of situations by your own thinking. Even if somebody owns this business and they are working with it, you should be able to convince that person that look at what it should do for you. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that if you look at the way things are, there are so many things that have gotten so bad. So you can see some people are saying we have judicial capture in Nigeria. The other day, somebody also in the National Assembly said, look, that there is National Assembly capture too, and all those kinds of things, because the things people are supposed to do by law, nobody is doing. Look at where the Supreme Court openly endorsed that the president has powers to sack another person who was elected by such a person and all those things.
Is it not a misinterpretation by the media? Because some judicial eggheads have come out to say, people like Femi Falana said the Supreme Court never did any such ruling. But those who reported same misinterpreted it. They said that the president has right to declare a state of emergency, but not to sack an elected executive or legislature.
But that was what he did. He declared and
yes,
sacked.
he did, but it was wrong.
That's the point we're making. That they don't have that. That's why Justice Obunya Obande was the only person who said no, the president has no such right, and gave his own minority judgment. It doesn't matter about at least he has set that precedent in law. I read that judgment, and I wasn't surprised because the way the things are now, it is unfortunate. But we have not, all hope are not lost. I mean, the hope is not gone. So what I'm trying to say is that there must be a way, because when you are thinking of risk restructuring economically and all whatnot, one of the things I have seen is that those who are talking about this are not sincere. And when the people who are in charge of your politics are not sincere, when the people, you see, if you check any state that got the governors are elected by the people, they perform very well. But when there are other places that they have their strength from, they don't care whether you vote for them or not, second term. So these are the challenges. But I also feel that we should do more as citizens, because irresponsible citizenry will make people still. I give you this example. Immediately after this election in 2023, I went for a Humboldt fellowship in Germany. And in the conference, I gave my papers. After giving my papers, somebody came, a black man. I didn't know he was a Nigerian too, a priest at that from Kogi State. So he said that my lecture was advertised in the University of the Right, so he came. And after the thing, he was accusing European Union of coming here and staying, and the election was rigged. The host of the program said, look, you people are not serious. We in Nigeria, the European Union in Nigeria said this election was rigged, came back and still said it, and they waited for you people to respond. You didn't respond. And so what are you talking about now? We should start fighting for you people. That in their own countries, when things are done wrongly,
They find ways of agitating, civil agitation, not armed agitation.
Okay.
You know.
And in few words, what is the way forward?
The way forward is a more committed citizenry. Because if the citizenry and the electorate, if we become more committed, remember again that in 2023, the youths were committed and they made sure they voted for the candidate of their choice. And the results were announced early in the morning where people were asleep. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if we decide and say enough is enough, it can happen.
Yes, Professor Jesse Chukwokolo says, until we say enough is enough, well, there may be any way forward out of the quagmire in Nigeria in terms of how things are being done. Whether it is economic, security, electoral system, or whatever that is involved, Nigeria will not make any very meaningful headway except that the people of Nigeria will begin to say that something has to be done. Evil subsists in every given society because honest men stay aloof. This is where we're going to draw the curtain of today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV, and from Professor Jesse Chukwokolo.
Thank you, and may God bless you, viewers.
And thank you, viewer, for being there with us. Keep watching Aneke TV, and Merry Christmas in advance.
As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year would depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product (GDP) growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlight a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending, aligned with long-term development priorities, is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector should invest in innovation and industrial growth, and citizens are encouraged to develop skills, embrace entrepreneurship, and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development. Nigeria's future will depend not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian.